Chapter 2533. 1 point. Chapter 2533. 1 point that paste was black and obviously contained many impurities. Compared to the Dragonbone GRA.S which Gumao refined. One look and the quality was far worse. But it was still refined in the end. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and muttered to himself with a frown. This is affinity? Indeed, really difficult. During the process of refining, he felt like he was in a different world from the Dragonbone GRA.S. This kind of refinement, it was still his first time encountering in his life. The products in the Rule world were indeed extraordinary. Grand bright jade, complete heaven, was a pure world. A world on a completely different level from a small kiliocosm. A clear distinction from each other. When refining the Dragonbone GRA.S, he clearly felt a repulsive force. Yi Yuan was thinking deeply about this repulsive force the whole time and completely did not notice the other two people's expressions. The expressions on Gu Mao and Tang Yu's faces were exactly the same, both eyes becoming round circles, their mouths opening wide, practically able to stuff a fist in. It could be seen how shocked the two people were. MN, using this expression, to look at me for what? I already said, his piddling fire-controlling technique is simply paltry skills. Yi Yuan finally came back to his senses and said coolly as he looked at the two people's expressions. You refined the Dragonbone GRA.S in the past before. Gumao said in amazement. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, No, this is my first time refining a heavenly medicine. Impossible. As an ascender, you succeeded the first time you refined a heavenly medicine? You're taking me to be a F** king moron. Gumao jumped straight up and burst out with foul language. Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at an idiot and said, This is also called succeeding? Do you heavenly alchemists all have such low requirements? Makes sense. Your standards are also just like that. I reckon that the quality of your pill refinement isn't much either. Gumao nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. This comment was invincible, being despised by an ascender who refined the Dragonbone GRA.S into a black paste. Gumao's broke down inwardly, but he was actually unable to refute. Under the state where his affinity did not reach 3 points, Yi Yuan could actually refine the Dragonbone GRA.S successfully. This showed how solid his foundation was. It could be said that apart from affinity, Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength Serpa set him all round. Gumao billowed his beard and said with a cold snort, Brat, don't you get C? Oh, C, KY? Without affinity, even if you have heaven-defying talent, it's impossible to refine a true heavenly pill too. Affinity is a heavenly chasm that you'll never be able to cross. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and asked Tang Yu, What on earth is affinity? Tang Yu shook his head hard and woke himself up from shock and said, Heavenly medicines are born from heaven and earth, and they are prenatal items. Humans are the smartest of all life forms, but are postnatal creatures. Native heavenly stratum powerhouses are heavenly stratum when born. Although they belong to postnatal too, they are closer to prenatal than ascenders. Therefore, heavenly medicines have a stronger affinity to us. But ascenders ascend from the lower realms and cultivate step by step, attaining Tao, belong to the postnatal of postnatal. Furthermore, the lower the starting point, it shows the lesser the spirit of prenatal that one is stained with when born, and the weaker the affinity to. Looking at Big Brother's undulation, just now, I'm afraid your affinity for heavenly medicines is less than 3 points. Talking until the back, Tang Yu felt that it was a shame too. With a heaven-defying talent like Yi Yuan, if his affinity was sufficient, he would absolutely be an incomparably powerful heavenly alchemist. But it was a pity, just as Gumao said, affinity was a heavenly chasm blocking all heavenly alchemists outside the door. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was especially so. Yi Yuan was not too dejected, but asked curiously, "How much is 3 points?" Gu Mao sneered and said, "Affinity has 100 points. The closer to 100 points, the stronger one's affinity. Of course, apart from the legendary prenatal physique, it's simply impossible to reach 100 points. Want to become a heavenly alchemist? The worst affinity has to reach 30 points too. This old man's affinity reached 39 points. Ordinary ascenders, the worst affinity is also more than 8 points. The high ones can even reach the threshold of 30 points, becoming heavenly alchemists. As for you, ho-ho." In the last 2 words, Gu Mao's mocking intent was very thick. Tang Yu smiled bitterly and followed up, "Judging from Big Brother's fluctuations just now, it shouldn't surpass 3 points. Of course, as for the specifics of how much, it needs to be tested by the prenatal cloud stone. Perhaps there's hope of sing 3 points." Talking until the back. Even Tang Yu himself did not believe it. This comforting act was so fake. He changed the topic and said, "However, Big Brother, it's also precisely because so that you're really hair-raisingly awesome to actually be able to refine a paste of Dragonbone GRA. Just now. I really can't imagine what level your strength will reach if your affinity can reach 30. No, even if it's 10. Just now, he was really shocked. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan's paltry affinity, forget about 100 breaths. Even if it was half a breath, he would not be able to hold on either. But he forcibly refined a paste of Dragonbone GRA. How much strength was needed to make up for this? Unimaginable. Of course, it was also precisely because of this that Tang Yu felt even more pity. Affinity was innate. It was unable to be compensated for postnatal. Yi Yuan's bit of affinity, no matter how heaven-defying he was, it was also impossible to become a heavenly alchemist. One had to know refining the Dragonbone GRA. S was just the basic skill of heavenly alchemists. The process of refining heavenly pills was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more complicated than this. Without the support of affinity, it was simply impossible to refine. This old man has a prenatal cloud stone here. Measure it, and we'll know. If this brat's affinity can exceed 3 points, this old man will remove my head and let him kick as a ball." Gu Mao said with a sneer. Without affinity, Yi Yuan was a piece of trash. He knew that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to save him, so there was no need to have any misgivings anymore. Before long, Gu Mao fetched a prenatal cloud stone. Yi Yuan did not refuse it either. He was also curious about his own affinity. The prenatal cloud stone was a cloud-shaped stone. Densely packed scale markings were on it. It was clearly used to test affinity. He placed his right palm on the prenatal cloud stone. In the next second, Gu Mao and Tang Yu stared dumbfoundedly in amazement. "Amen, why isn't there any reaction at all? Could it be that there's something wrong with this prenatal cloud stone?" Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. He placed his hand on it for a long time, but the prenatal cloud stone did not have any activities, which unwittingly made him doubt this thing. Problem? Brat, looks like I overestimated you too much. Not that the prenatal cloud stone has a problem, but that you have the problem. Your affinity doesn't even reach 1 point. Can say that you're a complete and utter trash on the path of heavenly pills. No matter how transcendent your fire controlling technique is, it's also impossible to become a heavenly alchemist. Therefore, stop posturing in front of this old man in the future. Gu Mao's expression was peculiar to the extreme. His words were half sarcasm and half surprise. Yi Yuan was the first whose affinity did not even reach 1 point among the people that he had met. How could this not surprise him? Tang Yu was also transfixed and said with a bitter smile, "Big Brother, Where on earth did you ascend from? Among 10 million ascenders, there also wouldn't be someone like you who doesn't even reach 1 point. Chapter 25:34. Constant dripping, where's the stone? Chapter 25:34. Constant dripping, where's the stone? Yi Yuan stroked his chin, looking innocent. He was not very dejected. He was just feeling a little helpless. Yi Yuan's starting point was seriously too low. Who could have thought that a little silpants who was once from the state of Qin could actually break through to heavenly stratum and reach his cultivation realm presently? However, people could not choose their background, but could choose to face it calmly. The difficulties that Yi Yuan had experienced walking all the way were beyond counting. He had never feared difficulties before, and would not give up on the alchemy path because his affinity was only 1 point. In reality, the scene of refining the Dragonbone S earlier already indicated a lot. At least his instinct could support him to refine the Dragonbone S. Not being able to refine, well, was just because his instinct was not strong enough. That was all. Not that you could not do it. It was just that you did not work hard enough yet. Looks like I have to expend some effort to become a heavenly alchemist. Yi Yuan said, helplessly. Become a heavenly alchemist? Ho, boy, did you not understand what this old man meant? Even if you cultivate until heaven and earth turn old, it's also impossible to become a heavenly alchemist. With your talent, if your affinity could reach 30 points, you can absolutely become an extremely strong heavenly alchemist. But this old man has never heard before of a guy that even the prenatal cloud stone doesn't react to can become a heavenly alchemist. This is absolutely impossible. Gu Mao said with decisiveness that could chop iron. Even Tang Yu also smiled bitterly and said, Big brother, don't waste your effort anymore. Your affinity doesn't even reach 1 point. It's absolutely impossible to become a heavenly alchemist. You've tried it yourself too. You can't even extract the Dragonbone S, let alone talk about heavenly pills. It was not that he did not believe Yi Yuan, but it was just that Yi Yuan was too trash. Yi Yuan did not even reach 1 point affinity, and he actually wanted to become a heavenly alchemist. If this matter spreads, it could probably make people laugh their heads off. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, this Dragonbone S shouldn't be very expensive, right? Prepare a closed seclusion venue for me, then deliver to me 1,000 stalks of Dragonbone S. There were quite a number of Dragonbone S casually placed on the tables here. Clearly, it was used for the disciples' cultivation, and naturally would not be too expensive. Yi Yuan would not be courteous with Tang Yu either, directly ordering. When Gu Mao saw that Yi Yuan did not give up, he snickered and said, Brat, you really won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. If even 1 point affinity can become a heavenly alchemist, then even a sow can climb a tree. Disregarding other things, this Dragonbone S, if you can refine it to this old man's quality, this old man will acknowledge you as my master in front of the entire city. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, forget it. Your talent is too poor. I won't take you in. If really want to bet, just teach me the things you know, and that will do. If I lose, I'll help you get rid of the fire poison. As for acknowledging as your master, let's dispense with it. Tang Yu was rendered speechless, and Gu Mao was furious. Some guy whose affinity was 1 point actually looked down on him. Fine, this old man will bet with you. If even with 1 point affinity you can become a heavenly alchemist, then wouldn't this entire city's heavenly alchemists become a joke? Gu Mao said in a great rage. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him, turning right around and leaving. Tang Yu followed after subserviently and said with a bitter smile, Big brother, Why did you need to wager out of spite? Yi Yuan just smiled and did not say anything. Out of spite, Yi Yuan would feel wronged and act rashly, but he would not behave out of spite with Gu Mao. He looked down on Gu Mao's bit of ability. The reason why he wanted to learn was just in order to learn the rudiments. Yi Yuan would not walk other people's paths, but he also would not look at others through colored spectacles. For Gu Mao to be able to be supported avidly by the Tang family, he must have aspects that Serpa said others. Starting from him, here, was clearly the most convenient. Hence, he started a drawn-out retreat. What Tang Yu prepared for Yi Yuan was naturally the best close seclusion venue. Although the Dao fire was not as good as Gu Mao's, the quality was very good too. These Dao fires were just the lowest grade wildfires. The quality was not high and had a lot of impurities. Therefore, some fire poison would more or less ACCU, mutilate within the bodies of heavenly alchemists. It was just that some Dao fires had many impurities, some Dao fires had less impurities. Gu Mao's Dao fire was very powerful, but very mixed and very difficult to control. The fire poison was also harder to purge. Heavenly alchemists were doctors to begin with. They naturally had the means to get rid of fire poison. It was just that when fire poison ACCU mulat to a certain degree and became deeply entrenched within the body, wanting to purge it would be hard. Gu Mao was currently plagued with fire poison for the sake of pursuing the power of Dao fire, in immense agony. But Yi Yuan's fire-controlling method was much more brilliant than Gu Mao's. This Dao fire was incomparably docile in front of him. How could fire poison possibly hurt him? It was just that the extraction was not smooth. 1 stalk, 2 stalks. Yi Yuan spent a month's time and completely refined all 1,000 stalks of Dragonbone GRA. But the effect was not obvious. Yi Yuan also finally knew that affinity could not be improved at all. No matter how hard he worked, it was a region of chaos in front of him from beginning to end. He was like a blind man, unable to see anything. Even if his fire-controlling technique was superb, it would not work too. A month later, Yi Yuan called Tang Yu over and had him prepare another 1,000 Dragonbone GRA. Tang Yu swept a glance around the closed seclusion venue. It was all that kind of dark, paste form of Dragonbone GRA. He knew that Yi Yuan had not improved at all in this 1 month's time. In reality, he did not harbor much hope either. Being able to extract the Dragonbone GRA into paste form, this in itself was already a miracle. Wanting to reach Gu Mao's standard, this miracle in itself was 10,000 times, even 100,000 times harder than the previous miracle. This was simply something impossible. Big brother, your martial path talent is also extremely strong. Why waste time on something impossible? In Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven, forget about not reaching 1 point. Even if your affinity reached 29 points, it's impossible to become a heavenly alchemist too. 30 affinity points. This is a watershed. Moreover, you don't even reach 1 point. Tang Yu urged bitterly. However, Yi Yuan was not moved at all. He just said indifferently, "In the future, have someone deliver me 1,000 stalks of Dragonbone GRA. S every month." Tang Yu shook his head helplessly and left. He discovered that Yi Yuan was a stubborn donkey. One was unable to drag at all. In the closed seclusion venue, Yi Yuan refined the Dragonbone GRA. S stalk after stalk, as if he would never tire. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have returned to his previous life. In order to experience the medicinal properties of spirit medicines, he had once spent 100 years indulging in Tier 3 and below spirit medicines. At that time, he extracted over and over again, refining. Now, he returned to the past again. It was just that this time, it was 1,000 times harder than it was then. One had to know, at that time, his perception could distinctly feel the medicinal properties. But now, he could not feel it at all. That sort of natural rejection made him unable to get close at all. It was just that he did not care. This kind of dreary to the extreme refinement, when laid on any heavenly alchemist, they would not be able to bear it. But Yi Yuan gladly endured the hards. H+P, spring, summer, autumn, winter, it cycled endlessly, year after year. In a blink, it was already 18 springs and autumns. Around Yi Yuan was filled with pastes of dragonbone GRA. It was just that these pastes of dragonbone GRA were crystal clear, seemingly almost transparent. Chapter 2535. Brat, quickly demonstrate your skill. Chapter 2535. Brat, quickly demonstrate your skill. These few years His Majesty instructed to thoroughly investigate the matter of Jade True Heavenly Sect's outer sect deacon Jun Tian's death. Now, there's finally some leads. Someone saw that the place Deacon Jun last went seemed to be Inklight Forest. Calling you all here is to have you all cast the net out. Whoever can find Deacon Jun or find his cause of death first, this prince will naturally reward heavily. In the Tang family's council hall, a young man with a handsome face like carved jade sat on the seat of honor, radiating awe without being angry. This young man was precisely Eastward Country's second prince, His Highness. He came to the Tang family in secret this time, secretly meeting with the affiliated factions headed by the Tang family in order to borrow their strength and find news of Jun Tian. This matter had a great bearing on his struggle with the crown prince. Hence, second prince was naturally extremely cautious. Tang Jinhua hurriedly got up and gave a bow and said, "Second prince's matter is the Tang family's matter. Later, I'll cast the net out. Even if we dig 3 feet under Inklight Forest, we'll also find Deacon Jun." Second prince nodded and said, "Amen, my mind is naturally set at ease when Mr. Tang does things. This matter is very important. You all mustn't take it lightly. Also, for Master Gu, you have a wide circle of acquaintances. If you hear some news, you can exchange with the Tang family to make up for what each other is lacking." Gu Mao nodded and said, "Second prince, rest assured. Gu Mao understands. But speaking of which, Tang Yu, that big brother of yours, the time he ascended seems to just nicely match the time when Deacon Jun went missing, right? What a coincidence." Tang Yu's expression changed, not expecting that Gu Mao actually turned the heat on him at this time. Ever since that incident that time, Gu Mao and the Tang family had said their honeymoon period, appearing united outwardly but divided at heart. It was just that the entanglement between both parties' interests was too deep, so there had been no eruption all along. But this time, Gu Mao suddenly erupted. Tang Yu's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Master Gu, you—" But second prince's eyes lit up, and he asked curiously, "Tang Yu's big brother?" Gu Mao smiled and said, "Second prince, your highness, speaking of this person, he's really a mysterious figure. Clearly only has lower, lesser sublime heaven strength, but he pulled the Gue family up by the roots. Even Gue Haisheng died, at his hands too. But what's even more impressive is that his heavenly medicine affinity doesn't even reach 1 point, and he actually dreams of becoming a heavenly alchemist. Then he made a bet with this old man and went into close seclusion for 18 years. I'm afraid that he doesn't have the face to meet people anymore, right?" After the matter, Gu Mao naturally investigated Yi Yuan. Some things were not very secretive. With Gu Mao's status in the imperial city, it was naturally very easy to find out. There were several renowned heavenly alchemists present who guffawed loudly when they heard that. Heavenly medicine affinity doesn't even reach 1 point. Is this someone abandoned by heaven? The scariest isn't the lack of talent, but the lack of self-awareness. His affinity doesn't reach one point, and he also wants to become a heavenly alchemist. What a joke. What on earth has he been doing these 18 years? 1 point affinity was simply a joke. Wanting to become a heavenly alchemist with 1 point affinity was naturally a joke among jokes. These people present could not resist mocking, even if they did not want to. Second Prince also smiled and said, "Oh, rather interesting. Tangyu, this prince wants to meet this big brother of yours. Can I? All right." Tangyu toughened his scalp and said, now that it came to this, he had no choice either. He glared at Gumao, but the latter had a calm smile and did not care. Xiaoqi, is Big Brother still in closed seclusion? When Tangyu arrived at Yi Yuan's closed seclusion venue, he asked the servant serving Yi Yuan. Xiaoqi nodded and said, "Yes, young master. Yesterday, I just delivered 1,000 stalks of purple compact incense to His Excellency." Tangyu nodded his head and said, "Oh, isn't it Dragonbone GRA? Why did it change to purple compact incense?" Xiaoqi shook her head and said, "Don't know, His Excellency ordered Xiaoqi." So Xiaoqi complied. Tangyu's eyes flashed, and he said, "Could it be that Big Brother succeeded?" But very soon, he shook his head again and said with a bitter smile, "How is that possible? Most likely, Big Brother feels that extracting the Dragonbone GRA is hopeless, so he switched heavenly medicines to practice. May as well, after he knows that this is impossible, he should give up." Xiaoqi's gaze flickered, and she said, "Young master, although Dragonbone GRA is the most ordinary spirit medicine. ACCU mulating over so many years, it's almost comparable to a shop already. If there's any effect, that's fine. But giving someone whose affinity doesn't even reach 1 point, it's purely a waste." When Tangyu heard that, his gaze suddenly became fierce, and he said, "Shut up. This kind of thing isn't what you should be. You, T into, if there's a next time, end your own life. Scram." Xiaoqi was frightened by Tangyu until she shuddered and scampered away. How could she know that Tangyu was afraid of Yi Yuan to the extreme? If these words were heard by Yi Yuan, the Tang family might suffer a catastrophic calamity. Tangyu arrived outside the door and said respectfully, "Big Brother, I'm Tangyu. What is it?" After a moment of silence, a voice came from inside. Tangyu did not dare to hide it, recounting the matter of Second Prince wanting to meet Yi Yuan. Before long, the door opened. Yi Yuan looked at Tangyu and said coolly, "Let's go." When Tangyu saw that Yi Yuan did not get angry and was still willing to go and see Second Prince, only then did he let out a long sigh in relief. Otherwise, he would not know what he should do. How could he know that Yi Yuan was also feeling emotional in his heart? What was coming would ultimately come. Around 18 years had said, Jade True Heavenly Sect still found in Clyte Forest in the end. It was just that he also had no clue how to resolve this matter. He could only take it one step at a time. His current strength was too weak. After the two left, Xiaoqi came to the closed seclusion area to clean up. Someone who doesn't know his limits. Humph. In 18 years, how many Dragonbone GRA? has been wasted? Clearly only has 1 point affinity. Still want to become a heavenly alchemist? She had a stomach full of resentment, entering the closed seclusion area while cursing away. What entered her eyes were one dish after another of Dragonbone GRA. That had been extracted and placed extremely neatly. Casually picking up a dish, she said disdainfully, "Just this black thing is also called refinement? Even if I, Xiaoqi, take action, it's also 100 times stronger than this." the Tang family operated the heavenly medicine business. Everyone from top to bottom knew a little, although Xiao Qi was a servant, refining dragonbone GRS. This sort of thing could not stump her. After all, this was just an entry-level heavenly medicine. Continuing to enter the room, the disdain on Xiao Qi's face gradually became solemn, and finally turned into shock. These are all dragonbone GRS. How is this possible? Seeing Tang Yu bring Yi Yuan in, Gu Mao's face could not help revealing a smile. You, our 1-point heavenly alchemist came? How's the refinement of dragonbone GRS? This old man has been waiting many years for you to slap my face. Why don't you slap this old man's face today in front of Second Prince, His Highness? Gu Mao said with a smile. These words naturally attracted a series of guffaws. You're that brat who doesn't even reach 1-point affinity? TSK. A 1-point heavenly alchemist. This is going to startle the 33 heavens. Ha ha ha. The history of these 33 heavens is likely going to be rewritten today. Kid, quickly demonstrate your skill. I can't wait anymore. Chapter 2536. Another window. Chapter 2536. Another window. Walking into the meeting hall, ridiculing voices flooded into Yi Yuan's ears like tidewater compared to Jun Tian's matter. Everyone is clearly more interested in this 1-point affinity heavenly alchemist. Everyone knew that Gu Mao's conjecture was merely a theoretical possibility for a lower realms ant who just ascended to want to kill Jun Tian. This grand completion, lesser sublime heaven, the likelihood was negligible. Moreover, Yi Yuan, this ascender, completely had no connections with Jun Tian. The Inklite forest was so big, even if they ran into each other, it would also be Yi Yuan who dies, and not Jun Tian. Be big brother. This is Second Prince, His Highness. Tang Yu diverted the topic carefully. He did not feel that Yi Yuan could really extract the dragonbone GRS. Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered to pay attention either, and said to Second Prince neither obsequiously nor haughtily, I pay respects to Second Prince, Your Highness. Second Prince nodded his head slightly and said, You're Yi Yuan? I heard that there's a wager between you and Master Gu. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Precisely so. Second Prince smiled and said, It's already been 18 years. I wonder how Brother Ye's refinement technique has been trained until... Yi Yuan said coolly, just so. The moment these words came out, it attracted another wave of loud laughter. A 1-point SOSO, wonder what it's like. Can't do it means can't do it, still puffing his face up at his own cost. Brother Gu, you gotta be more careful. When a 1-pointer becomes fierce, you might not be a match. Second Prince also could not help but smile when he heard that. This ascender was rather interesting. Yi Yuan was like a clown in his heart, clearly did not have strength, but wanted to pretend to be capable here. The world was laughing at him, but he found joy in it and was indifferent. This kind of person was really funny. Hoo-hoo, since you've already trained until SOSO, this wager has already dragged on for 18 years. Why not this prince bear witness for you guys and complete this wager? How about it? Second Prince said with a laugh. Yi Yuan valued each word like gold, saying indifferently, Can... Everyone roared with laughter again. Gu Mao smiled and said, Brat, this old man has waited 18 years for you. Each time I came to find you, they always say that you were in closed seclusion. Hoo-hoo, this old man wants to see today just how formidable a 1-point heavenly alchemist is. Yi Yuan sized him up with a glance and said, No wonder you're so high-spirited. Looks like you should have obtained a treasure that can suppress the fire poison in your body. Gu Mao was still roaring with laughter a moment ago, but now his expression changed. He was seen through again. A few years ago, he obtained a treasure called Ice Heart Jade. Although it could not purge the fire poison thoroughly, it could suppress it temporarily. Therefore, these few years, his courage bolstered again. Seeing Gu Mao's laughter abruptly cease, how could everyone present not know that Yi Yuan hit the mark? Only then did they know that turns out Gu Mao was actually already plagued by fire poison. This surprised them greatly. It seemed like this boy was also not utterly useless. Tang Yu was secretly shocked. No wonder Gu Mao was so enthusiastic today. Turns out that he had a reliance. Originally, the Tang family's greatest card was this. But Gu Mao, having who obtained the treasure, was no longer afraid of the Tang family. Gu Mao's expression turned cold, and he said, "Humph. So what if yes? Right now, this old man already doesn't fear the fire poison. You still want to use this to threaten me?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "It's useless. Your treasure can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. The more you suppress, the greater the power of the eruption in the future, unless you don't touch Dao fires in the future." Gu Mao snorted coldly and said, "Stop exaggerating things to raise an alarm. You'd best think about how to clear this hurdle today." Yi Yuan smiled and said coolly, "Do it now then." Gu Mao was taken aback, not expecting Yi Yuan to be so straightforward. He said with a cold snort, "Putting on an appearance. Since that's the case, you watch carefully." The Dragonbone S was long already prepared. Gu Mao rolled his sleeves. The Dao fire in his palm directly ignited. After a bout of garish tempering, the crystal-clear paste of Dragonbone S appeared before everyone. This act naturally attracted a series of shouts filled with amazement. Even Second Prince also nodded his head slightly and said, "Master Gu's skill is becoming more and more refined. I'm afraid that apart from Master Lin, there are few in this eastward country whose Master Gu's match anymore." Master Lin, that Second Prince spoke of, was the royal family's retainer, eastward country's one and only grade 2 heavenly alchemist. These words were flattering. Gu Mao was naturally beside himself with joy and said respectfully, "Your Highness is too kind. My trivial technique, I dare not show off. However, apart from Master Lin, there's someone that this Gu also doesn't dare to say that I can win for sure. After all, one point is too scary." Ha ha! Another burst of laughter. Second Prince smiled at Yi Yuan and said, "Brother Yi, Master Gu already did one refinement. The rest is up to you. Why don't you let us take a look at the fruits of your 18 years of hard work?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and similarly rolled his sleeves up, the Dragonbone S coming directly into his palm. He slowly closed his eyes, carefully feeling the undulations coming from the Dragonbone S. A CLU-S tur of Dao fire bloomed faintly. When Gu Mao saw the situation, his pupils could not help shrinking. This boy's fire-controlling technique improved significantly again. Gu Mao said in shock, "Originally, Yi Yuan's fire-controlling technique already reached the acme of perfection, akin to performing an art. But today, 18 years later, Yi Yuan's fire-controlling technique actually reached a new level again. If it reached the acme of perfection 18 years ago, then now it was returning to one's original simplicity. No dazzling flaunting of skill, only a simple and unadorned return. When the rest saw this scene, they were similarly incomparably shocked. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually a pract. One Tionier. However, the affinity fluctuation emanating from Yi Yuan's body made them come to their senses very quickly. No matter how good the fire-controlling technique is, it's useless too. Without affinity, the door to become a heavenly alchemist will forever be closed. Indeed, a really weak affinity, I completely can't feel the undulations. Hoo-hoo, he's clearly refining the Dragonbone GRA. S. But why do I feel like it's in two different worlds? Same as 18 years ago, Yi Yuan still did not have any undulation of affinity. Second Prince's gaze revealed a trace of fascination. Yi Yuan's fire-controlling technique had amazed him. But very soon, he shook his head secretly, clearly feeling quite regretful. Such a good fire-controlling technique was wasted. Yi Yuan naturally did not care about these people's mocking. He was already completely immersed in his own world. There was a good saying, if heaven closed a door for you, it would definitely open a window for you. In these 18 years, Yi Yuan only did one thing, which was opening this window. During these 18 years, refining day and night, day in and day out of repet. 1. Tie-ins, fumbling year after year. He trained his instinct to the limit. It was still a region of chaos in front of him, but he had the keenest instinct toward alchemy Tao. The Dragonbone GRA. S in front of him melted, little by little, turning into a paste. The paste of Dragonbone GRA. S became more and more crystal clear. The entire hall gradually fell into a dead silence. The original ridiculing voices had long already disappeared. What replaced it was shocked expressions. Chapter 2537. 1 Point Heavenly Alchemist. Chapter 2537. 1 Point Heavenly Alchemist. The Tao fire gradually ceased. There was dead silence in the hall. In Yi Yuan's palm, a ball of almost transparent paste of Dragonbone GRA. S stunned everyone. The more it was crystal clear, the less impurities there were. When these two S of Dragonbone GRA, S were put together, there already did not need anyone to judge them. It was also precisely because of this that these people were deeply shocked. My eyes failing me? Is he really 1 point affinity? Yeah, with 1 point affinity. How did he do it? Did he break the barrier of heavenly alchemist? This ball of Dragonbone GRA. S is pure to the extreme. I'm afraid that even if Master Lin takes action, he might not be able to win too. Tang Yu was utterly dumbfounded by the side. This move was seriously too stunning. 1 point was a kind of humiliation among heavenly alchemists, but Yi Yuan let its HI plus NE with dazzling light. Yi Yuan really did it. He rewrote history. What on earth had he done in the past 18 years? Second Prince originally came to witness this wager with a playful mentality. But now, he was shocked by Yi Yuan until he could not speak. His perception would not be wrong. Yi Yuan's affinity absolutely did not exceed 3 points. But he really did it. Only now did he understand that Yi Yuan did not live in his world at all. He could really ignore Gu Mao's provocation. A person with 1 point affinity just refined the Dragonbone GRA. S. This was a miracle. Master Yasmin's really broadened this prince's horizons. I didn't expect that Master Yi could actually extract the Dragonbone GRA. S with 1 point affinity. This is truly unprecedented and unrepeatable. Second Prince laughed dryly, resolving the awkwardness from before. Yi Yuan said coolly, like this, there's no need to judge anymore. Second Prince waved his hand repeatedly and said, no need to judge, no need to judge. This wager, it's naturally Master Yi who won. It's just that this prince is very curious. Master Ye's affinity is clearly extremely poor. So how can you extract this Dragonbone GRA? SS, could it be that Master Yi has some secret method? The moment he said this, the bystanders immediately perked their ears up. This secret method was definitely an earth-shaking secret method. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No secret method." Reading a book 100 times, the meaning naturally becomes clear. In these 18 years, I extracted hundreds of thousands of Dragonbone, GRA, S, and just trained it into instinct. That's it. Hundreds of thousands of Dragonbone, GRA, S, my G. Oh, D, is he crazy? In 18 years, he only did this one thing? This amount. Could it be that he never rested? Lunatic. Really a madman. However, even if he extracted the Dragonbone, GRA, S, it's also impossible to become a heavenly alchemist. The Dragonbone, GRA, S is just the most basic homework. This guy is a monomaniac. In order to win the bet, he pushed himself into a lunatic. But it's useless. Some heavenly medicines are 1,000 times, 10,000 times more complicated than the Dragonbone, GRA, S. He can't possibly practice each type like this. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone could not help drawing a cold breath. The Dragonbone, GRA, S that Yi Yuan extracted in these 18 years was probably comparable to the sum of the Dragonbone, GRA, S that they refined in 1,800 years. This kind of crazed and dreariness, they felt despair just thinking about it. Alchemy was a very interesting cultivation, but also a kind of very boring cultivation. Life needed regulating. People who refined pills needed it even more. But Yi Yuan was completely a lunatic. When Gu Mao heard Yi Yuan's words, he also sneered and said, "So what if you won this match?" Other heavenly medicines are much more complicated than the Dragonbone, GRA, S, and refining a heavenly pill is countless times more complicated. You'll need to spend several thousand, even several tens of thousands of years to learn one type of heavenly pill. This is still the simplest heavenly pill. Trash will always be Tras. Plus, Yi Yuan looked at Gu Mao and said coolly, "I think that you are thinking too much. Some things, as long as you find the trick, you can naturally draw parallels from inference. That's right. My affinity is indeed very poor, but I've already learned the trick now. Just like a mortal blind person, one sense of hearing tends to be very keen. As long as they keep on training, they will be able to master the ability to determine positions by listening to the wind. Extracting other heavenly medicines, I'm indeed much worse than you all innately. But it doesn't mean that I can't become a heavenly alchemist." Finished talking, he held his palm out, and there was a stalk of purple compact incense in his hand. It was only to see flame dance in his hand again. The purple compact incense gradually melted, finally similarly turning into a paste. The paste of purple compact incense showed a purple blackish color. It was clearly not too pure. But compared to when Yi Yuan first refined the Dragonbone, GRA, S, it was D knows how many times better. Seeing this scene, Gu Mao's eyes went wide. The purple compact incense's extraction was much harder compared to the Dragonbone, GRA, S. Logically speaking, if Yi Yuan wanted to extract it, he would need to spend another 20 years or even 30 years at least. But this purple compact incense that Yi Yuan extracted now could already compare to the average apprentice. At most 3 years, he would be able to reach the level of the Dragonbone, GRA, S. Calculating this way, wouldn't Yi Yuan really have hopes of becoming a heavenly alchemist? It was a little slow, but so what? As long as one could refine a heavenly pill, that would do. 1 point affinity, heavenly alchemist. Everyone exchanged glances, instantly falling into deep shock. If this incident were to spread, it would absolutely be a major event that would cause a great sensation in the entire alchemy world. Heavenly alchemist. Even 29 points affinity would not cut it. This was an iron law. No one had ever been able to break it. But now, a one-point heavenly alchemist actually appeared. How could this not be shocking? Second Prince also said in shock, What kind of path can let a one-point affinity become a heavenly alchemist? Yi Yuan said coolly, instinct. When pill refinement becomes your instinct, even amidst chaos, you can still discern the direction. These 18 years, I was training this instinct. Actually, I could already reach Gu Mao's standard a few years ago, but my instinct wasn't strong enough yet. Even now, I'm still not very satisfied. Maybe one day in the future, I'll be able to rely on instinct to differentiate heavenly medicines very easily. Everyone opened their mouths wide with shock on their faces. When pill refinement becomes an instinct, what was instinct? That was people's natural ability, such as when you saw something sharp, you would instinctively avoid it, such as when you saw beautiful things, you would instinctively want to possess them, such as when you lose friends and relatives, you would instinctively be overwhelmed to the extent that you wished you were dead. But they had never heard of someone who could treat pill refinement as an instinct. This was using instinct to go and sense the impurities and essence in a heavenly medicine. Each one must be differentiated clearly. How terrifying an instinct did this require? Just thinking about it was scary. Yi Yuan did not have affinity, so he used instinct to be his eyes, to see the chaos in the heavenly medicine. He did it. The Dragonbone GRAS already explained everything. Suddenly, the heavenly alchemists present all felt ashamed of their unworthiness. In the face of Yi Yuan's persistence, they were not fit to be called heavenly alchemists at all, because they could not do it instinctively. Chapter 2538, Tang Yu's Choice. Chapter 2538, Tang Yu's Choice. Why you're really a freak. Gu Mao said with a black face. What else could he say to a guy like Yi Yuan, who shattered understanding? Instinct, this word, was simple to say, but doing it was harder than ascending to heaven. Grand bright jade, complete heaven, had so many ascenders every day, but they had never heard of anyone who could cultivate pill refinement into instinct. But Yi Yuan broke the curse of affinity. Yi Yuan did not have much self-awareness. This was just a matter-of-course thing to him. His persistence toward alchemy Dao, only he himself knew. He had created too many miracles on the path of alchemy. No affinity, so what? As long as he was still alive, no one could stop him from refining pills. Heaven could not too, since Second Prince has borne witness. One must be willing to lose if they bet. Yi Yuan said coolly. The corners of Gu Mao's mouth twitched, very reluctant. Each alchemist had their own knack in certain areas. He was naturally unwilling to share it with others. But at this time, Second Prince suddenly said, Alchemy Dao, legacies aren't short work. Master Yi, this prince still has something to ask you. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, and he said with a cold smile, You ask, and I have to answer? The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed suddenly. Too arrogant. Who he was facing was Second Prince, His Highness. Actually, not that Yi Yuan was arrogant, but that he discerned that this clearly had the intention of speaking in support. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew what Second Prince was going to ask, so he could not be bothered to elaborate even more. Yi Yuan, what have I, Tang Yu, done wrong for you to harm my Tang family like this? Tang Yu's expression changed abruptly as he said, while the others revealed gloating smiles after being shocked, especially Gu Mao. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was so rash to actually refute Second Prince, His Highness, to his face. Yi Yuan gave Tang Yu a glance, and he said with a nonchalant smile, In that case, your Tang family is going to help Gu Mao. Tang Yu's entire body trembled, his face revealing a look of struggle. He was a clever man. How could he not discern the current situation? Just now, with Second Prince opening his mouth, it was clearly showing partiality for Gu Mao. Although the talent that Yi Yuan exhibited was amazing, wanting to truly become a heavenly alchemist, no idea how long it would still have to take. Furthermore, becoming a heavenly alchemist was one thing, reaching Gumao's realm was another. A ready-made master and a guy with an unknown background. Furthermore, Second Prince was currently still relying on Gumao a lot. Weighing which was more important, Second Prince was naturally clear in his heart. At this time, Second Prince's gaze also turned cold, and he said with a cold smile, "Ho, in this eastward country, it's still the first time that someone dares to contradict this prince defiantly. Very good. Tang Jinhua, is your Tang family choosing this prince, or are you breaking away from this prince?" Tang Jinhua's expression was ugly to the extreme. He realized that the moment to decide the Tang family's fate had arrived. Logically speaking, he should stand on the second prince's side without the slightest hesitation at this time. After all, behind the second prince was the royal family. For the Tang family to be able to have today, it was also because they served the second prince. But Tang Jinhua saw Tang Yu hesitate. When second prince saw that this father and son pair actually remained silent, he sneered and said, "Looks like in your Tang family's eyes, this prince isn't even as good as this ascender." Forget it, Tang Jinhua's expression changed wildly, and he could not care about Tang Yu's attitude, and was about to make known his position. He hurriedly said, "Second Prince, Your Highness, our Tang family, Gumao, one must be willing to lose if they bet. Are you going to go back on your word?" Suddenly, Tang Yu opened his mouth and forcibly interrupted Tang Jinhua, who was clarifying where he stood. When the words came out, everyone was shocked. Each and every one of the family heads and heavenly alchemists present was all dumbfounded. This was a choice that completely did not require brain power, but Tang Yu made the opposite decision. Was Tang Yu's brain broken? Even Second Prince was also dumbfounded. Earlier, Tang Jinhua had clearly already made up his mind to stand on his side. But in a blink, it was actually changed by Tang Yu. While Yi Yuan smiled, thinking to himself that this Tang Yu was indeed a clever man. Second Prince had the ability to destroy the Tang family. Yi Yuan also had it. Tang Yu's gaze gradually became cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Gumao, this young master is talking to you. Didn't you hear it? Either concede defeat, or you're going out lying down today." Second Prince shot to his feet, gaze fixed on Tang Yu, and he said with a cold smile, "Good, very good. Tang Yu, looks like this prince underestimated you. The Tang family, this dog, is actually going to bite its master today. But don't you forget, this prince can support you all, but this prince can also destroy you all." The corners of Tang Yu's mouth twitched slightly, but he still said boldly, "Second Prince, you also know that our Tang family is a dog. How much have we done for you in secret over the years? To really talk about it, what we paid was far more than what we obtained." These words were said by Tang Yu from the bottom of his heart. In Second Prince's eyes, the Tang family was merely a dog at his beck and call. If the dog was hungry, he would reward a bone to eat. But the things that the Tang family had done for Second Prince had indeed been countless. Moreover, the heavenly crystals that the Tang family's business earned, more than half of it was paid to Second Prince in tribute. Second Prince laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Ha, very good. Master Gu will be protected by this prince today. This prince wants to see what right your Tang family has to have him concede defeat. Zhao Yu, Jiang, Zhu, you guys go and give it a try whether this big brother is really as powerful as in the legends or not." Behind Second Prince, two guards with powerful auras immediately stepped forward. Tang Jinhua's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Second Prince, Your Highness, my young son, he doesn't know any better. Your Highness, please pardon his offense." Second Prince sneered and said, Too late. Is this Prince's place where you can come and go as you please? Your Tang family shall completely disappear from the imperial city after tonight. Tang Jinhua had a look of despair and glared at Tang Yu. He did not know why his son wanted to make such a decision. Zhao Yu two people arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "This big brother, don't disappoint us too much." Jiang Zhu smiled and said, "In this imperial city, when is it lower, lesser, sublime heavens turn to be arrogant? Brat, to dare rebut second prince, his highness, you're really tired of living." Yi Yuan's eyebrows raised slightly, and he said coolly, "The two of you really have a lot of AP." His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's aura suddenly erupted. The pupils of the people present suddenly shrunk. Yi Yuan's aura, actually Serpa S, said lower lesser sublime heaven in one fell swoop and reached middle lesser sublime heaven. This guy actually concealed his strength. Dual polarity sword formation. In an instant, the sword formation burst out, flying straight for Zhao Yu and Jiang Zhu two people. Zhao Yu and Jiang Zhu were both royal guards and had experienced many battles, let alone that they were both upper, lesser, sublime heaven powerhouses. Facing this strike, they naturally did not panic in the face of danger. Although Yi Yuan concealed his strength, they did not take him seriously. The two people's auras erupted, instantly suppressing Yi Yuan. Iron Bow and Astral Fist. Tyrant Heart Slaughter Palm. The two people executed a move each, carrying an Astonis. Plussing imposing momentum and pouncing towards Yi Yuan. Boom. A fierce confrontation smashed the meeting hall into pieces. Zhao Yu and Jiang Zhu, two people's figures, flew out backward involuntarily, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood wildly. Chapter 2539. Another Wager. Chapter 2539. Another Wager. Yi Yuan looked at the two people coldly and said coolly, this big brother didn't let you guys down, right? Zhao, you two people had horrified looks on their faces. How could they still dare to talk back? Second Prince's complexion even turned pale. He never could have thought that Yi Yuan was actually so strong. Zhao Yu and Jiang Zhu, two people, were both elites in the royal family. Their strength, even ordinary upper lesser sublime heavens, were not a match either. But Yi Yuan actually put them down with one move. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about Second Prince, but he looked toward Gu Mao and said coolly, "Are you going to make me mutilate you and take it myself, or are you offering it up on your own?" The corners of Gu Mao's mouth twitched slightly, his face revealing a look of fear. He was an upper lesser sublime heaven too. His combat strength could not even compare to Zhao Yu two people. How could he possibly be Yi Yuan's match? I'll hand it over. Gu Mao fished out several jade slips unwillingly. Those were all the essences of his alchemy Dao. Hanging it over to Yi Yuan, he felt his flesh ache. Yi Yuan inspected the jade slips and said with a cold smile, "Just these? If I didn't guess wrongly, these are all very ordinary pill formulas, right? As a heavenly alchemist who is renowned in the imperial city, you only have this bit of secret stash? Looks like you're not very honest." Who was Yi Yuan? The Heavenspan world's alchemy path was single-handedly created by him. Although he did not know much about heavenly pills, he still had good judgment. Gu Mao was very clever, taking out some obscure pill formulas. But these pill formulas were all some inconsequential pill formulas. Wanting to use these to smoke his way through in front of Yi Yuan was easier said than done. The corners of Gu Mao's mouth twitched slightly. Only then did he take out a few more pieces of jade slips extremely unwillingly. Only after Yi Yuan inspected it did he nod his head slightly. These few pill formulas, you can't refine them either. So what's the use of sherries? Plus in your own belonging, that's of little value? Yi Yuan swept a glance at Gu Mao and said coolly. Gu Mao's face turned black, and he almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. One of the pill formulas was called Jasper Regeneration Pill. It was precisely the heavenly pill to regrow severed limbs. If Gu Mao could refine it, Tang Yu would have long begged him for it. Clearly, this guy could not refine it at all. I can't refine. Could it be that you can refine it? These few pill formulas' refining difficulty is extremely high. Master Lin might not be able to refine them too. So, just the likes of you can do it? Gu Mao said with a sneer. Yi Yuan ignored him. He turned to Second Prince and said smilingly, Second Prince, Your Highness, I know that you won't be willing to drop the matter, but I advise you better drop this idea. Second Prince's face revealed a fearful look, but he smiled coldly and said, You're threatening this prince? If you have the capability, kill this prince. As long as you don't dare to kill this prince, after returning to the palace, it will be the end of you and the Tang family. When Tang Jinhua father and son heard that, their expressions changed. But Yi Yuan was not concerned and said with a smile, Second Prince, Your Highness, why don't we make a bet too? Second Prince had a look of disdain, and he said with a cold smile, On what basis should this prince bet with you? Yi Yuan said coolly, Not betting is fine too, then you'll die right now. Second Prince laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Ha ha, bring it on. Come and kill me. Boom. His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's terrifying aura bloomed again. Dual polarity turned into a light wheel, cleaving straight for Second Prince. At first, Second Prince still did not believe that Yi Yuan dared to kill him. But that light will did not slow down in the least bit, heading straight for his face. An aura of death hit him head on. He finally knew that Yi Yuan was not joking. I'll bet. Second Prince practically yelled these two words out. The light will dissipated with a loud bang as if nothing had happened. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, The Tang family is your dog. But isn't your royal family a dog of Jade True, heavenly sect too? Therefore, don't think that you're very blee. In this world, there are always some people who can think nothing of you. Second Prince's back was already drenched in sweat, having made a trip to the gates of L and back. He had long already lost his previous composure. What do you want to bet on? Second Prince asked. Yi Yuan said, I'll let you return. You don't be in a hurry to deal with the Tang family first. Tonight, I'll make a trip to the royal palace and meet with you. You can use all sorts of methods to stop me from meeting you. If I can't meet you, the Tang family will be at your disposal. But if I meet you, you don't need you to do anything either. Just deliver the heavenly medicine for the Jasper Regeneration Pill tomorrow. It's that simple. Second Prince's pupils constricted, and he said in a solemn voice, You're trying to tell me that as long as you want to kill this prince, it wouldn't work even if this prince hides in the palace. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Smart, that's what it means. Everyone exchanged glances, shocked expressions on their faces. This Yi Yuan was a little too arrogant, right? He actually did not put the royal family in his eyes at all. What kind of place was the palace? That was the most heavily guarded place in the entire eastward country, and it was also the place with the most experts. Disregarding that the likes of Zhao Yu and Jiang Zhu were everywhere in the palace, there were also a whole bunch of them. As for grand completion, lesser sublime heaven powerhouses, there were naturally quite a few too, and in the palace, there were even greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses. Yi Yuan dared to provoke the royal family. This was simply a joke, especially Gu Mao. He was gloating over others' misfortune. This brat was courting death himself, could not blame others. That night at Second Prince's palace, An old man with white hair and beard sat in front of Second Prince. Second Prince gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Master Yun, you must help me this time. That boy doesn't place this prince in his eyes at all, and even thinks nothing of the royal family. He actually said that he can come and go as he pleases in the royal palace." This Master Yun was a retainer of the royal family called Lu Yun, a lower greater sublime heaven super powerhouse. He was the initiation teacher of Second Prince, his strength being extremely powerful. After returning to the palace, Second Prince immediately went to find Lu Yun without saying anything. He had also once thought of directly finding Lu Yun to go kill Yi Yuan, but he did not dare. The feeling that Yi Yuan gave him was too strange. He did not dare to wager with his life. If Yi Yuan really had the ability to enter and leave the palace at will, then wouldn't he be in danger all the time in the future? He was very certain that Yi Yuan really dared to kill him. Furthermore, Yi Yuan really dared to release him. After much thought, Second Prince still decided to give it a try. As long as he discovered Yi Yuan, Second Prince reckoned that he could not escape Master Yun's palm either. Lu Yun smiled and said, "Yu Tang, you're becoming more and more overcautious and indecisive. Being so timid, how can you beat that big brother of yours?" Second Prince did not dare to talk back and said, "Master Yun, this boy is indeed a little strange. I suspect that he might have something to do with that Jun Tian's death too." Lu Yun chuckled and said, "All right, don't give this old man that. No matter how weak that Jun Tian was, he's also Jade True Heavenly Sect's outer sect deacon. Although this old man is a cultivation realm higher than him, I really don't have the confidence to dare say that I can definitely beat him. How can he die at the hands of an ascender? Tonight, I'll be in the side room next door. If he dares to come, I'll naturally make sure he doesn't return." The moment Second Prince heard this, he could not help being overjoyed. "Thank you, Master Yun. It's still Master Yun who dotes on Yu Tang," Second Prince said agitatedly. Chapter 2540. He already came by. Chapter 2540. He already came by. Late at night, it was silent in the palace. There were only the sounds of some patrolling footsteps and the chirping of insects and birds. But in reality, tonight's Eternal Longevity Palace was loosely guarded outside, but heavily guarded inside. Outside Second Prince's bedroom palace, there were several upper lesser sublime heaven powerhouses patrolling back and forth. As for middle lesser sublime heaven powerhouses, that went even more without saying. The entire Eternal Longevity Palace was virtually in a state of heightened nervousness. In the four corners of the bedroom palace, for grand completion, lesser sublime heaven powerhouses were standing with sabers. Once there was any rustling of leaves in the wind, they would definitely rush forth and kill people right away. Of course, these were all not the important thing. Lu Yun, who was in the side room, was Second Prince's greatest reliance. He did not believe that someone could appear under Master Yun's eyelids. Tonight's Second Prince was naturally sleepless the entire night. He sat on his bed just like that, gaze flickered indeterminately, also no idea what he was thinking about. "Why don't your Highness rest earlier? Even Master Yun has taken action. That scoundrel definitely won't dare to come." Second Prince's personal eunuch could not refrain from persuading when he saw his extremely worried countenance. Second Prince was a little annoyed and waved his hand and said, "You withdraw. Let me have some silence." The eunuch was helpless and could only shake his head and leave. Second Prince looked outside the house with a constant feeling of uneasiness. D.A.M. Ennet, Master Yun is clearly next door. What the H.E.L.I. am I scared of? Could it be that brat can really access heaven and penetrate the earth? Second prince gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Not to the extent of accessing heaven and penetrating the earth, but entering the royal palace isn't a difficult thing for me. Of course, killing you is even easier. Don't move. Otherwise, you're dead." Right at this time, a voice seemed to come out of the deepest area, burrowing into his ears. Second prince's expression changed wildly, and he was just about to get up, but immediately turned stiff there. All the hair on his body stood up. Who could this voice be if not Yi Yuan's? A figure appeared, currently looking at him, smiling meaningfully. Who could this person be if not Yi Yuan? Second prince's heart shook wildly. He suddenly looked towards the 4 grand completion lesser sublime heaven guards in the house, and discovered that they were actually completely oblivious. How was this possible? It was not just these 4 people. Even Master Yun, who was next door, did not have any reaction either. There were already no words that could describe the shock in his heart at this time. Yi Yuan was clearly standing in front of them. Could it be that they were all blind? How did you come in? Second prince said in horror. He wanted to speak up to attract the attention of others. However, there was still no reaction. How was this possible? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "Of course I swaggered in just like that. Don't count on them. They can't see me, and they also can't see you right now. Also, that old man next door, I've met him too, but it seems like he didn't notice me at all." Shock, fear, disbelief. Second prince also did not know what was his frame of mind now. All in all, his entire person was in a mess. This person was clearly standing in front of him, but the others treated him like he was air. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "Spatial rule." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's right, spatial rule. This move is called void concealment. As long as I don't actively release my aura, they won't discover me. Also, you're currently in the void concealment too, so they can't hear our conversation. I advise that you don't release your aura, otherwise you'll be dead." Second prince was just thinking of taking the initiative to release his aura when he was throttled by Yi Yuan's one sentence. He did not dare to move. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I came just to tell you how strong my spatial rule is. You can go and deal with the Tang family, and can also send someone to kill me. But you have to be prepared to die in the palace at any time." Second prince's expression flickered indeterminately. Yi Yuan's threat was like a blade pressed against his neck. This person was too dangerous. "This matter. I hope that you don't make it public too. Otherwise, I may very well do something. Oh, right, our bet should be that I won. Remember to send someone to deliver the heavenly medicines to the Tang family tomorrow. All right, I'm leaving. You can call someone now." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure gradually disappeared. The moment Yi Yuan left, Second Prince suddenly gasped heavily for air, only then discovering that his back was already drenched. Just this short few breaths of time. The pressure that Yi Yuan put on him was too great. Only at this time did the 4 guards notice his peculiarity. They hurriedly ran over. "What's wrong with you, Second Prince?" A guard supported him and asked, and at this moment, the door of the side room was quickly pushed open, and Lu Yun swept over like a gust of wind. He looked at Second Prince and asked with a frown, "What's wrong?" Second Prince gave Lu Yun a glance and said with a bitter smile, "He already came by." The expressions of Lu Yun and the 4 guards changed wildly, virtually saying in unison, "Impossible," a guard said, and, "Oh," body appeared within the bedroom palace at all. "How can he possibly come in?" Lu Yun also said, "Even if that brat can hide from everyone's eyes and ears, it's also impossible to hide from this old man." Second Prince smiled bitterly and said, It's spatial rule. He was standing here talking to me just now. When I spoke, you all couldn't hear me at all, and you also couldn't see him. Master Yun, he even said that he already strolled around in the side room. Lu Yun's expression changed wildly, monstrous waves setting off in his heart. A middle, lesser, sublime heaven sauntered about in front of him, and he actually did not have any reaction. How was this possible? But it was impossible for Second Prince's expression to hide from him. Furthermore, he also did not have the need to do this kind of lame thing. Could it be that that brat really came in before? Spatial rule. What kind of spatial rule can actually hide from this old man's eyes and ears? Lu Yun's heart burned with wrath. He had a feeling of being toyed by someone. There was actually someone who dared to make fun of him in this eastward country. Master Yun, this prince seems to have provoked an incredible fellow. Forget it. I concede. Tomorrow, I'll bring the heavenly medicines and pay a visit in person to apologize for my offense. Second Prince said helplessly. Just now, he really felt that he had made a trip to the gates of H-E-L and back. He could be said to have laid down an all-in-compa signet in this eternal longevity palace. Inside 3 layers and outside 3 layers were all guards. But Yi Yuan actually sneaked in front of him without a sound. This kind of thing was really too terrifying. Lu Yun's gaze flickered indeterminately, and he said, "Okay, I'll accompany you tomorrow. This old man wants to see what kind of brat can actually be so unbridled in front of this old man." Tang family, the lights were bright. Tonight concerned the life and death of everyone in the Tang family. In the study came Tang Jinhua's low and cold shouting. "Tang Yu, you wicked son, look what you've done. Tell me, why did you sink the Tang family into fire and water?" Tang Jinhua said in anger. He did not understand. His son was normally extremely clever. But why did he actually make such a big mistake in this matter? Tang Yu seemed very calm and said, "Father, I don't have assurance either, but I can only gamble." Chapter 2541. I'm S.H.I plus elding the Tang family. Chapter 2541. I'm S.H.I plus elding the Tang family. You're betting with the lives of everyone in the Tang family. Furthermore, it's a sure lose situation. As an ascender, what capital does he have to dare fight with the entire royal family? Maybe he already slipped away for good now. Tang Jinhua shouted angrily. This was a gamble without any chance of winning. He knew that Yi Yuan was strong, but Yi Yuan was too weak in front of the royal family. One had to know just the royal family's greater sublime heaven powerhouses were plenty. A middle, lesser sublime heaven entering the palace at night, and even wanted to meet Second Prince. Wasn't this a joke? This was probably just Yi Yuan's excuse. Tang Yu shook his head and said, "No, Yi Yuan isn't this kind of person." When he came out of Inklight Forest, Yang Xuezhen just took him for a ride, and he helped Yang Xuezhen clear all obstacles. Tang Jinhua said with a cold smile, "That's because his strength was sufficient. But you tell me, what does he have to contend with the royal family?" Tang Yu fell silent. This father and son, 2 people, argued endlessly, neither able to convince the other. "Who is it?" Suddenly, Tang Yu shuddered and shot to his feet. Only at this time did he suddenly realize that there was an extra person in the room. Focusing his eyes and looking, who could it be if not Yi Yuan? "Be big brother? When did you come?" Tang Yu said in surprise. "Came for some time already." Yi Yuan slowly walked out of the shadows and said lightly, while Tang Jinhua's entire body trembled, thinking to himself if his words earlier were all heard by Yi Yuan. How did this guy enter the room without a sound? if not for Yi Yuan taking the initiative to reveal his figure. The two of them would not have been able to discover him at all. Tang Yu's expression was very ugly, and he said, "Big brother, father is concerned about the safety of the Tang family," and was a little harsh with his words. I apologize on his behalf." Actually, Tang Yu did not understand Yi Yuan. He only knew that Yi Yuan acted mercilessly. After all, the lesson learned from the Gui family was right there. Therefore, he had more fear toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need to apologize. I won't do anything to the Tang family. All right, it's getting late. Rest early." Finished speaking, Yi Yuan's figure directly disappeared into the night. The father and son, two people, exchanged glances with horror on their faces. "Has he left?" Tang, Jinhua said with ragged breathing. Tang Yu smiled bitterly as he shook his head and said, "Should have left." Tang Jinhua's expression was ugly as he said, "Then, has he succeeded or not?" Tang Yu smiled bitterly again and said, "I reckon that he came to find us to talk about this matter." But hearing the words earlier, he couldn't be bothered to say any more. "It's considered a warning to us. How on earth did he come in just now? I actually didn't detect it at all." "If even you can detect it, how can he have the courage to barge into the royal palace alone? You also know that second prince's master is that person. Hence, I feel that he definitely failed. He can hide from us, but can he also hide from greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses, let alone that there are also so many experts in the palace?" Tang Yu's expression flickered slightly. To be honest, he did not have any confidence himself. In the end, he could only let out a sigh and said, "Forget it. It's also useless to think so much. Wait for tomorrow." The next day, before the morning sun rose, a sedan chair already stopped at the entrance of the Tang Manor. After receiving the report, Tang Jinhua and Tang Yu both got a big shock and hurriedly went out to welcome. "Tang Jinhua, Tang Yu pays respect to Second Prince, Your Highness, and Master Yun." The two directly gave a big bow as they said. Second Prince's expression was rather tired. Clearly, his frame of mind was not very good. But seeing the two people bow, he had a stomach full of anger that had nowhere to vent and could only say, "Get up, go in and talk." Master, Yun wants to meet Yi Yuan." Tang Yu hurriedly said, "Yes, I'll go and invite Big Brother right away." Finished saying, Tang Jinhua led the two into the study, while Tang Yu went straight to Yi Yuan's closed seclusion venue. The moment Second Prince took his seat, he directly opened his mouth and said, "Last night, Yi Yuan and I have met." Although he already guessed in his heart, when Tang Jinhua heard this sentence, he was still shocked, speechless for a long while. How is this possible? Could it be that Master Yun wasn't in the palace last night? Tang Jinhua said in shock. Second Prince sneered and said, "Are you playing the fool here despite understanding? Ha! Your Tang family really found a huge backer." Tang Jinhua was frightened until he directly knelt down and said, "Second Prince, please explain. This lowly one really doesn't know." Second Prince could not help feeling a little surprised when he saw Tang Jinhua's appearance. It seemed like he really did not know. Forget it. Get up. Jasper regeneration pills, heavenly medicines. I've already ordered people to deliver them. Coming today is primarily because Master Yun wants to meet this Yi Yuan." Second Prince said. Just as he was talking, Tang Yu entered, his expression not too good. Honestly speaking, he really did not want to offend Second Prince too badly. But now it was not up to him anymore. "Your Highness," Big Brother said, have Master Yun go see him himself." Tang Yu said, awkwardly, "Making a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse go and see a lesser sublime heavenly stratum What haughty airs! But he had no choice. Yi Yuan's words, he did not dare to not listen. But he knew in his heart that since Second Prince came, it showed that Yi Yuan really succeeded yesterday. It was just that. He still felt that it was too incredulous thinking about it. The moment Second Prince heard, he almost stomped his foot. Rather, it was Lu Yun who was very calm. Holding Second Prince down, he said, "Coolly, lead the way." Tang Yu heaved a sigh of relief and led Lu Yun to Yi Yuan's close seclusion venue. "Big brother, come in." Tang Yu pushed the door and entered. Lu Yun followed inside. There was dim lighting in the house. It was not bright. "Big brother." After Tang Yu entered, he discovered that Yi Yuan was not there at all. Lu Yun's brows furrowed slightly. Going one round around the room, he did not discover Yi Yuan's traces. But the voice just now clearly came from inside the house. "What a fine concealing art. Looks like you, Tang, really didn't lie. You wandered around in front of this old man, and this old man actually didn't even know." Lu Yun said to the air. But at this moment, on the seat not far away from Lu Yun, Yi Yuan's figure appeared. When Tang Yu saw this scene, his eyes went wide. Only then was he absolutely sure that Lu Yun was really present at the place. But even he did not discover Yi Yuan. Furthermore, hearing Lu Yun's words just now, Yi Yuan actually strolled around in front of him. But Lu Yun still did not react at all. This level of concealment technique was absolutely incredible. If Yi Yuan really wanted to kill Second Prince, no matter how many experts he had protecting him, it was in vain too. Seeing Yi Yuan reveal his figure, Lu Yun's pupils constricted, and he said in surprise, "Excellent spatial rule. Boy, your application of spatial rule is already transcendent. No wonder you have such haughty airs." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "It's not that I have haughty airs. I just want to tell you, I'm S.H.I. plus elding the Tang family. If Second Prince has any devious thoughts, he might be gone someday. Of course, if you're not sensible, maybe one day you'll be gone too." Chapter 2542, Painstaking Care and Thought. Chapter 2542, Painstaking Care and Thought. When Tang Yu heard this, his hair stood on end. He was really afraid that Lu Yun would smack the two of them to death in his rage. However, Lu Yun did not. He was not as angry as Tang Yu imagined, but very calm instead. "Don't you worry. With this old man around, no one can touch the Tang family." Suddenly, Lu Yun said such a thing. Tang Yu opened his mouth wide with a look of disbelief. This was Master Yun. Even His Majesty also had to show him some respect when he saw him. In this eastward country, if he stomped his foot, the entire country would have to tremble. Now, he actually compromised toward Yi Yuan. Furthermore, the meaning in these words was that he was actually even going to S.H.I. plus ELD, the Tang family. Tang Yu somewhat doubted whether his own ears heard wrongly or not. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "What do you want to obtain?" Lu Yun shook his head and said, "I don't need anything. Just one thing, Second Prince will maintain a cooperative relations. H.I. plus P with the Tang family in the future." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Can." Hearing Yi Yuan agree, Lu Yun's expression eased up slightly, and he said with a faint smile, "Young Frenji, if you're free in the future, you can go to the royal family to find this old man. This old man has once traveled around various countries and still know quite a bit about Truyang Heavenly Domain's local customs and practices." Yi Yuan's eyebrows raised up, and he said with a smile, "Elder Lu, rest assured. This you will go when I have time." Lu Yun nodded slightly and left with a faint smile. Tang Yu's mouth had never closed until now. He was dumbstruck with amazement by the contents of these two people's conversation. The three people present were all extremely clever people. Lu Yun and Yi Yuan seemed to have only exchanged a few words, but had already crossed swords back and forth several times. Firstly, Lu Yun made known his position that no one could touch the Tang family. The meaning of these words was that he, Lu Yun, would be the Tang family's protective cover in the future. Not Second Prince. It was Lu Yun. This concept was totally different. Second Prince's status was high, but in front of the greater sublime, heavenly stratum Lu Yun, it was nothing with him as a guarantor. Even if His Majesty wanted to touch the Tang family, he would also have to think thrice before acting. This was a huge bargaining chip. However, Yi Yuan asked Lu Yun what he wanted. Lu Yun did not want anything, just for the Tang family to cooperate with Second Prince. It was cooperate, not a Virginia S. Sal, let alone a lackey. This sentence was equivalent to raising the Tang family's status to a position equal to that of Second Prince. Tang Yu was not stupid. He naturally understood that the Tang family did not have this qualification. Then who? Yi Yuan. Actually, Lu Yun wanted to kidnap Yi Yuan onto Second Prince's chariot to help Second Prince seize the throne. But Lu Yun understood that with Yi Yuan's pride, it was absolutely impossible to agree. However, it did not matter if he did not agree. As long as the Tang family was tied onto this chariot, would he still be afraid Yi Yuan would not take action at the critical moment? Of course, Yi Yuan was not a fool either. It was impossible to not be able to tell Lu Yun's intentions. However, Yi Yuan still agreed. Only like this did Lu Yun set his mind at ease. In the end, he even invited Yi Yuan to the royal palace, which was tantamount to a discussion among peers. From start to end, Lu Yun was clinging onto Yi Yuan. Or should he say, he lowered his social status, wanting to find a good helper for Second Prince. Be big brother. Tang Yu already did not know what he should say. He only knew that he made the right bet. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I make clear distinctions between grievances and grat. 1, Tude. This is what your Tang family deserves. Tang Yu knelt onto the ground with a thud and said to Yi Yuan with cupped fists, Big brother, you'll always be my Tang Yu's big brother in the future. Calling out big brother in the past was being forced by Yi Yuan. Later, it was in order to curry favor with Yi Yuan. But now, this big brother came from the bottom of his heart. From now on, not only did the Tang family not decline, it was very likely to become one of the top major clans of the imperial city instead. Master Yun, why? On the way back, Second Prince could not resist asking. Lu Yun said coolly, Do you know why Grand Bright Jade complete Heaven's native powerhouses reject ascenders? Second Prince was taken aback and said with disdain, Why else lower realms ants also dare to contend for glory with the bright moon? They don't even have affinity, indicating that they are people who are abandoned by heaven. Couldn't we despise them? But Lu Yun smiled slightly and shook his head and said, What you said is the perception of most people. But I don't think so. This old man feels that native powerhouses are jealous of ascenders. That's all. Second Prince was stunned again and could not help laughing as he said, Master Yun, you couldn't have made a mistake, right? Us. Jealous of them, just like that Yi Yuan he cultivated bitterly for 18 years and only learned the extraction of one type of heavenly medicine with his intelligence. What's there for us to be jealous of? Lu Yun nodded and said, You're right. They indeed don't have our nature-endowed advantage. But it's also precisely because of so that this is their greatest advantage. You only know that 5-light heavenly region survives between the crevices of the other heavenly regions. Then, have you thought before on what basis can a measly little 5-light heavenly region survive among the many native heavenly regions? Second Prince was stunned again and again, He had really never thought about this problem from this angle before. Lu Yun gave him a glance and said, "Because they are very strong." Second Prince could not help laughing as he said, "Strong? Master Yun, I admit that Yi Yuan is an exception, but the other ascenders are simply akin to ants." Lower Realms shook his head and said, "You're wrong. The ascenders in your impression of being weak are just because they just ascended and haven't adapted to a supreme world like Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven, and this period is also the most vulnerable period for ascenders. However, once they pass this most difficult period, their strength will become very terrifying, being able to reach heavenly stratum in the lower realms planes. Which of these people don't have countless bones and corpses under their feet? Their temperament, talent, they are all 1 in a million. As long as give them a chance, they will be able to soar to the sky with one leap. Back then, when this old man traveled all over the various states and nations, I saw an itinerant cultivator ascender challenge 5 same-rank powerhouses with the realm of middle lesser sublime heaven, and killed 3 of the other party, and injured 2 in the end. This old even had seen before an upper lesser sublime heaven ascender when head-on against a grand completion lesser sublime heaven native powerhouse, and he defeated him. This is just one of those that I've seen. The examples that I've heard are even more. Therefore, you should understand how terrifying the strength of ascenders who are able to reach 5 light, heavenly region alive are, right? The corners of Second Prince's mouth twitched slightly, his eyes revealing shock. Clearly, these were things that he had never heard of before. Eastward Country was just content to exercise sovereignty over a part of the region. That was all. The things that he was able to come into contact with were too few. Master Yun's meaning is that Yi Yuan has already tided over the most difficult period. That's right. His strength is indeed very strong. He can even defeat upper lesser sublime heavens. Second Prince recalled the scene of Yi Yuan defeating Zhao Yu 2 people and said with a solemn expression. However, Lu Yin shook his head and said, "You're wrong again. It's not that Yi Yuan has tided over the most difficult period, but that he's an extremely strong existence among ascenders too. Comprehending spatial rule isn't scary. What's scary is that he applied spatial rule to the transcendent realm. He's a dragon among men. A tiny little eastward country can't trap him. With his help, your chances of defeating that elder brother of yours will greatly increase." Second Prince's entire body trembled. Only then did he know of Lu Yun's painstaking care and thought. Chapter 2543, Great Sensation. Chapter 2543, Great Sensation. D-A-M, Enit. D-A-M, Enit. D-A-M, Enit. How did things develop until like this? In a courtyard in the imperial city, Gu Mao flew into a thunderous rage. The development of things completely exceeded his expectations. Originally, he was harboring the idea of watching a show, wanting to see how Yi Yuan and the Tang family were destroyed. The next day, he went to the Tang family to watch a good show. He discovered that not only was the Tang family completely intact, but Tang Jinhua and Tang Yu were also in a never-before-seen state of being fired up with boundless enthusiasm, giving him a good scolding. In the end, they even chased him out of Whitehart Hall. Gu Mao was dumbfounded at that time. Without him, the Tang family would be equivalent to losing half the country. Back then, he let out a whole bunch of tough words, making it so that the Tang family would not be able to survive in the imperial city. But who would have expected that on the same day, another famous alchemy path star of the imperial city, Jiang Yu, sat garrison in the Tang family? Jiang Yu was only stronger and not weaker than him, Gu Mao, in the imperial city's alchemy world. Furthermore, Jiang Yu also had a special ident. One Tai, he was Second Prince's personal heavenly alchemist. This wait was completely different. This action was also another signal that second prince released to the outside world. The Tang family was his second prince's ally. No one was allowed to touch them. The Tang family's prestige had no equal for some time, and Jiang Yu holding down the fort also let the Tang family shake off Gu Mao's influence thoroughly. Whether he left or stayed had no impact on the Tang family at all. After a period of time, not only did the Tang family not decline, it faintly showed signs of seeing the other families instead. Gu Mao was depressed. A partner of Gu Mao's completely abandoned him today, and he defected to the Tang family's arms. Only then did Gu Mao fly into a thunderous rage. Suddenly, his expression changed. His face flushed bright red. Gu Mao's body started trembling violently. The fire poison erupted. He hurriedly mustered up the ice heart jade, attempting to suppress the fire poison. But this time, the fire poison's eruption was extremely fierce, akin to a fierce beast that broke out of the cage. He was actually unable to suppress it anymore. Suddenly, he remembered Yi Yuan's words. The harder you suppress, the fiercer the eruption in the future. The meridians within his body were suffering the ravaging of the fire poison, overwhelming to the extent where he wished that he was dead. Quickly help me to the Tang family. Go to the Tang family. Gu Mao shouted. His men carried him to the Tang family, but Yi Yuan avoided seeing him. He just said a sentence to him. People can be proud, but can't be arrogant, especially incompetent arrogance. Some opportunity, once missed, they are gone. There won't be a next time. In the midst of despair, Gu Mao's fire poison erupted. Not only was he no longer able to continue being a heavenly alchemist, but also his cultivation realm even fell greatly. The fire poison was much fiercer than he even antic. 1p aided. A heavenly alchemist of his generation fell here. In reality, Yi Yuan did not need to become a heavenly alchemist to save him at all. With Yi Yuan's divine essence that was delicate until it made people's hair stand on end, combing his meridians once, and it would be able to completely get rid of the fire poison. It was just a pity that Gu Mao put on haughty airs time and again, and finally suffered the consequences. As for Yi Yuan, he went into close seclusion again after the storm. He had too much to do, but too little time. He was desperately honing his instinct. He wanted to let his instinct replace affinity. But now, with Jiang Yu's help, Yi Yuan had a direct understanding of the medicinal properties of all kinds of basic heavenly medicines. Training with a purpose, his improvement speed became even faster. Speaking of which, after Jiang Yu came to the Tang family, he could not bear to leave anymore. He and Yi Yuan quickly became friends who talked about everything. Yi Yuan was thirsty for knowledge and had an immense desire to understand the medicinal properties of heavenly medicines. Therefore, he frequently asked Jiang Yu for advice. Before coming, Lu Yun instructed him to definitely build good relations with Yi Yuan. Whatever questions Yi Yuan had, he naturally said all that he knew. However, along with the sing of time, Jiang Yu went from having the initial dealing with him to having admiration for Yi Yuan. From the initial most unilateral asking for advice from Yi Yuan, it turned into intense discussions. Jiang Yu discovered that Yi Yuan had a penetrating view and an almost freakish instinct for alchemy. Although he did not know much about heavenly medicines, by relying on his alchemy ability that was engraved in his bones, he could often dispel Jiang Yu's clouds and let him suddenly see the light with a few words. This way, Jiang Yu naturally behaved like he obtained a priceless treasure. As long as Yi Yuan was free, he immediately dragged Yi Yuan to discuss alchemy. Yi Yuan still did not know much about the refining system of heavenly pills and naturally would not refuse either. Back and forth like this. Although Yi Yuan had not started refining heavenly pills yet, he already had confidence in his heart with regards to the refinement of heavenly pills. Both parties took what they needed, while on the other side, Jade True Heavenly Sect's disciples, led by Cheng Chongshan, exerted great pressure on the royal family. Emperor Eastward was also utterly exhausted from overwork because of this matter. Inklight Forest was too big. There was no way to investigate this matter at all. He already employed all of the royal family's power. But in a blink, 3 years said, and there were still no leads. Helpless, Emperor Eastward even gave their princess to Cheng Chongshan to be a concubine, and also gave many precious treasures to the other two. Only then did it settle the 3 people down. Actually, how could Cheng Chongshan not tell that Jun Tian's death probably had nothing to do with the royal family? But they finally managed to come out, so they were not willing to return just like that too. The death of an outer sect deacon was not considered a big deal to the Jade True Heavenly Sect. The Jade True Heavenly Sect persisting in finding the murderer was more for the sake of face. But this matter was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, not easy to investigate. Therefore, the 3 of them simply stayed in Eastward Country and tyrannically abused power, becoming overlords. Rather, it was the eldest prince who saw through the 3 people's intentions and constantly tried his best to curry favor with them. This idea of sending the princess to be a concubine had been come up by him, because he knew that these 3 people's words would have a decisive effect on father's influence. Another 5 years said in a blink, and right at this moment, an event that caused a great sensation in the entire Eastward Country happened. A 1-point heavenly alchemist was really born. After 26 years, Yi Yuan finally refined his first heavenly pill. The quality of this heavenly pill was extremely poor. Furthermore, it was the most basic foundation establishment heavenly pill. Even so, this was indeed a heavenly pill. This matter immediately caused a great sensation in the entire Eastward Country. The entire imperial city was discussing this matter. Have you guys heard? That ascender with only 1 point affinity from the Tang family really refined a heavenly pill. My G.O.D., this is an unprecedented major event. The 33 heavens alchemy world might even change because of this incident. I can't figure it out. His affinity is only 1 point. How on earth did he refine a heavenly pill? 1 point affinity. This was completely an affinity that was cut off from being a heavenly alchemist. But Yi Yuan finally achieved it after 26 years of hard work. This matter could be rated as having caused a great sensation. When Jiang Yu witnessed his scene, his entire being was stunned for 15 minutes before recovering to his senses. It was not just him. After the entire Tang family heard about this matter, everyone's reaction was exactly the same. Having hope was one thing, but really refining it was another. One had to know refining a heavenly pill was 10,000 times harder than extracting the dragon bone GRA. Chapter 2544. Disaster comes from the sky. Chapter 2544. Disaster comes from the sky in the Imperial Garden. An old man and a youth, 2 figures, were currently strolling. The young man in brocade said, "Master Lin, it's lively outside right now." An ascender, furthermore, it's an ascender whose affinity doesn't reach 1 point, actually refined a heavenly pill. The entire Eastward Country is boiling over with excitement. This ascender has overshadowed even your elderly self's prestige. The old man was indifferent and said with a smile, "That second child in your family has been making a big hoo-ha recently." Hoo-hoo, a 1 point affinity ascender, no matter how high his talent. It's also impossible to refine a heavenly pill. I'm afraid that this heavenly pill is refined by Jiang Yu, right? The youth in brocade smiled and said, That second child of my family loves to make trouble the most. But this time, it's stirred up really big. Right now, rumors are spreading outside, saying that Ascender's alchemy path talent is outstanding, his potential unlimited. They even say, the old man scolded with a smile, "You punk, still leaving this old man hanging?" The youth in brocade gave a difficult smile and said, "I'm afraid that if I say it out, Master Lin will be unhappy." The old man laughed in spite of himself and said, "This old man is already at this ripe old age. Don't I have even this bit of magnanimity? Say." The youth in brocade said, "They said that Ascender will definitely Serpa S Master Lin in the future and become Eastward Country's #1. The old man's eyes flickered, his smile revealing some unnaturalness. However, this bit of fluctuation flashed across fleetingly and did not manifest. The old man said confidently, "Ho, there are too many heavenly alchemists who Serpa S this old man in this world. What's strange about one more? But an Ascender? Ho, I'm afraid that it will be a little difficult." The youth in brocade said with a smile, "That's of course. These are all just rumors, nothing to believe. Looking across Eastward Country, who can compare with Master Lin's alchemy methods?" This youth in brocade was naturally the Eastward Country's eldest prince, and the old man was naturally Eastward Country's #1 alchemy path person, Lin Lan. Eldest prince stopped after broaching the topic, and did not go deep either, changing the topic very soon. He was a clever man who knew the logic of going over the limit was as bad as falling short. Master Lin was not who he could influence. He just had to bury a seed in Master Lin's heart, and it would do. Moreover, he was not fabricating wild tales. The outside world currently lauded Yi Yuan to the sky. Saying such a thing was not unusual. After all, an Ascender with only 1 point affinity being able to refine a heavenly pill was already heaven-defying to the extreme. Yi Yuan himself also did not expect that refining a heavenly pill would cause such a great sensation. The Tang family's door was almost trampled broken. He severely underestimated the influence of this incident. A 1 point affinity refining a complete product heavenly pill, this was absolutely an explosive to the extreme major incident. Even people who had nothing to do with heavenly pills also knew that this was something impossible. However, such a thing happened. It naturally aroused everyone's great curiosity. Therefore, the people who came to the Tang family to request an audience with Yi Yuan every day came and went in endless streams. The Tang family's popularity skyrocketed, and even their business also boomed for some time. But very soon, everyone's ATT too changed. No reason other than because Yi Yuan did not meet these people seeking novelty without exception. With regards to this first heavenly pill, Yi Yuan himself was extremely dissatisfied because the quality was too poor, unbearable to witness. To others, this might be something worth showing off. But to Yi Yuan, it was completely unnecessary. However, Yi Yuan had indeed also tasted the pain of not having affinity. Although he already trained his instinct to an extremely terrifying realm, when it came to really refine the heavenly pill, he was still beaten black and blue by the complexity of heavenly pills. If it were others, they would have long broken down. Even the lowest level foundation establishment, heavenly pill required a combination of more than 10 heavenly medicines to. Extracting a heavenly medicine was nothing to the current Yi Yuan, but combining them together was completely not like that at all. The complexity involved, only people who really practiced alchemy knew. It was also precisely because so that the status of heavenly alchemists would be so revered. It was also precisely because so that it was simply impossible for ascenders to become heavenly alchemists under the circumstances where affinity was lacking. But Yi Yuan did not give up. Instinct was not enough. Then continued training. Finally, 8 years later, he refined a heavenly pill, although it was the lousiest heavenly pill. Of course, in these 8 years, Jiang Yu also helped him a lot. Big brother, just show face. Just once, all right? Tang Yu thickened his skin and begged. Yi Yuan shook his head stubbornly and said, "Not going. I can't afford to lose this face." Tang Yu said gloomily, "But outside there, this news is already spreading like crazy, all saying that you're a liar, saying that our Tang family are liars. In fact, someone already turned the spearhead towards Second Prince." Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said, "What does that have to do with me?" Tang Yu nearly stifled internal injuries out, and he said gloomily, "Big brother, you really did an earth-shattering major thing. Even if the Foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill's quality isn't good, your affinity is put there. Being able to refine, it is already a huge deal. But you actually don't show face." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Can that thing be called a Heavenly Pill too? The name is called Foundation Establishment, Heavenly Pill, but if someone were to eat it, their foundation will likely be ruined immediately. Leave, leave, leave. Don't disturb my closed seclusion. After I really refine a heavenly pill, it won't be too late for you guys to show it off." Yi Yuan directly pushed Tang Yu out of the door and continued devoting himself to researching heavenly pills. Him going into a retreat and not coming out, coupled with observant and conscientious people adding fuel to the fire, the discussion turned into a one-sided situation very quickly. Originally, after this incident came out, it caused a stir in the entire city. The Tang family also rose along with it. But all of a sudden, the Tang family became a ray crossing the street, everyone shouting to hit it. Especially in the alchemy world, they even joined forces to boycott the Tang family. Very soon, Tang Yu realized that something was not right. After the incident fermented for a period of time, suddenly disaster came from the sky. On this day, a middle-aged man brought a large number of guards and surrounded the Tang family tightly until water could not seep through. Tang Jinhua and Tang Yu got a fright and hurriedly came out to greet them. "Lord Xiahua, I wonder what has the Tang family done to have alarmed you?" Tang Jinhua gave a bow and said, the status of this person in front of him was not ordinary. He was nation teacher Lin Lan's eldest disciple. The entire eastward country's alchemy world's affairs were almost all in charge by him. Dispatching Ama's civ force today, the arrivals clearly came with unkind intentions. Tang Jinhua and Tang Yu's expressions were very ugly. They did not expect to actually alarm Master Lin. Xiahua gave a cold laugh and said, "Don't you all know what you've done? The Tang family spread rumors and plunged the entire eastward country's alchemy world into chaos. This Xie came here today to seal up the Tang family." Tang Yu's brows furrowed, and he said, "Your Excellency, I wonder when my Tang family spread rumors and disrupted the alchemy world." "Putu, you guys didn't spread rumors? Didn't you all say that a 1-point ascender refined a heavenly pill? Where's the heavenly pill?" "Yeah, how can a 1-point ascender possibly refine a heavenly pill? Your Tang family is lying through your teeth." Right now, it raised a huge uproar in the entire city. Your Tang family is the main culprit. The moment Tang Yu opened his mouth, it immediately drew condemnation from a large group of people. Chapter 2545, Searching House and Confiscating Property. Chapter 2545, Searching House and Confiscating Property. The expressions of Tang Yu father and son changed drastically. They did not expect that things were already so serious. Someone clearly led the tempo. It was just that at this time, they could not explain this even with 100 mouths. Xiahua gave a cold laugh and said, "In accord with the will of the people, could it be that this Xie can still frame you all? If you want to slap my face, this Xie's face also can. Let that one pointer ascender come out and refine a heavenly pill in public. This Xie will apologize to your Tang family. Tang Yu's expression was very ugly, because calling Yi Yuan out now was impossible. A month ago, Yi Yuan directly announced terminal seclusion, disturbing Yi Yuan's close seclusion at this time. If it ruined his important thing, Yi Yuan would really kill people. Seeing this father and son two people hesitate, Xie Hua sneered even harder as he said, "Why? Can't call him out, or he can't refine pills at all? Your Excellency, Yi Yuan is currently in terminal seclusion. How about this? After he exits seclusion, I'll definitely give you an explanation." Tang Yu was helpless and could only say this. What a coincidence. The moment this Xie came, he entered terminal seclusion. Seems like after this news spread, he has been in closed seclusion all along, right? Xie Hua said with a smile that was not a smile. This, Tang Yu had nothing to say in response. Yi Yuan had never been willing to show up. He was also very helpless. Everyone was also not to be blamed for misunderstanding. This sort of thing, no matter who, they would misunderstand too. All right, enough C-R-A-P. Since that ascender isn't willing to come out, search the house and confiscate property for me. Under Xie Hua's word of command, each and every one of the guards was like wolves and tigers, directly pouncing over. Tang Jinhua's expression changed drastically, and he said in alarm and anger, "Lord Xie Hua, how can you do this? Our Tang family is..." Before he finished speaking, he was held back by Tang Yu. Tang Yu knew that father was going to bring up second prince in his moment of desperation. But who was behind Xie Hua? That was nation teacher Lin Lan. How could a mere second prince be able to suppress Xie Hua? It would be making a fool of himself. That's all. Xie Hua looked at Tang Yu and said with a smile, "Tang Yu, although you're missing an arm, you're getting smarter and smarter. So, are you planning on surrendering without resistance?" Tang Yu had a grim expression as he said, "Xie Hua, you'll regret it." Xie Hua laughed loudly and said, "In this eastward country, apart from Master and His Majesty, someone who can make this Xie regret hasn't been born yet. Come men, tie him up for me." Beside Xie Hua, two burly men dashed out, giving Tang Yu a kick the moment they came up, directly kicking him on his abdomen, dropping him to his knees. Tang Yu's face was almost contorted from pain, vomiting a mouthful of blood with a cough. But the burly men did not give him the chance to catch his breath at all, directly tying his hands behind his back. Tying the Tang family father and son up, Xie Hua took big steps and barged right into the Tang family. Upon inquiring, Xie Hua found Yi Yuan's closed seclusion venue very quickly. Who knows how to choose places? It's just that, putting on an appearance and being in closed seclusion here. Can you refine heavenly pills? What a joke. Trash will always be trash. H. Plus, how can ascenders possibly refine heavenly pills? Come men, break the door for me. Xie Hua looked at the closed door and said with disdain. Two upper lesser sublime heaven guards rushed up and were about to break the door and enter. But right at this time, the door erupted with rays of brilliant light. Rays of sword light turned into sword rain that filled the sky. Russ. H.I. plussing towards the two guards. Bang, bang, bang. The two guards were caught off guard and directly blasted flying out. Xie Hua's expression changed, revealing a look of shock. He heard that this ascender was merely middle, lesser, sublime heaven. How could the grand array that he laid down be so strong? Xie Hua suddenly turned his head and looked toward the Tang family father and son with their hands tied behind their backs, and said angrily, "You guys know that there are restrictions here?" A hint of a sneer flashed across Tang Yu's face. Of course he knew, but he did not say it. "Pa, Xie Hua dealt a backhanded slap, flinging it fiercely onto Tang Yu's face, directly slapping him flying out. This slap was extremely heavy. Half of Tang Yu's face swelled up. Xie Hua gave a cold snort and said, "Looks like you father and son won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Come in, give them a good beating for me." Under his word of command, several guards rushed up and boxed and kicked. These guards were all not weak, each fist hitting the flesh. The Tang family father and son immediately had their skin flayed open and flesh torn. When Xie Hua saw this scene, he felt a little better. He gave a cold snort and said, "A mere restriction also wants to stop the Xie, also overestimating his own ability too much." He walked slowly towards the door, the imposing momentum on his body growing stronger and stronger. Xie Hua was a grand completion, lesser sublime heaven powerhouse. His strength was naturally not weak. He did not believe that this lousy restriction could still stop him. Stop! Just as he was prepared to make a move, a cold cry suddenly came over. Xie Hua turned around to look and said with a smile, "So, it's Second Prince and Master Yun who arrived. This Xie pays respect." His attitude was neither obsequiously nor haughtily, not taking the two people too seriously. Second Prince went without saying, but even Lu Yun, he could overlook him. Although Lu Yun and Lin Lan were similarly greater sublime, heavenly stratum powerhouses, their statuses were like heaven and earth. After all, Lin Lan was a heavenly alchemist, his status incomparably venerated, and he was even honored by the emperor as nation teacher. Second Prince glared at Xie Hua and said, "Xie Hua, what's the meaning of this? You brought people to search the property and even want to touch Yi Yuan. Are you slapping this prince's face?" Xie Hua said with a fake smile, "Your Highness' words are not right. This Shui is in charge of Eastward Country's alchemy world affairs. Isn't the Tang family under jurisdiction? They spread rumors, throwing the imperial regime into chaos. Shouldn't their property be searched and confiscated?" Second Prince smiled coldly and said, "Xie Hua, this prince has never offended you. There's likely the shadow of that big brother of mine behind this matter, right? Searching and confiscating the Tang family. Haha, this is setting an example for this prince to see." Xie Hua said coolly, "Your Highness is thinking too much. Do you think that eldest prince can influence master's decision?" When Second Prince heard that, his expression could not help changing. Xie Hua's words were tantamount to blocking off all of the retreat routes. There was only one person who could influence Lin Lan's decision in this eastward country. That was the emperor himself. At this time, Lu Yun, who was by the side, suddenly spoke up. He said, "Xie Hua, give this old man face, how about it?" Xie Hua's expression changed. He could choose not to give Second Prince face, but Lu Yun was a greater sublime, heavenly stratum powerhouse. His status was second only to Master in Eastward Country. His face was huge. After a moment of silence, Xie Hua said, "Master Yun has a lofty status and can originally stay out of this matter. Must you get involved in the battle for the throne?" Lu Yun smiled faintly and said, "Didn't Lin Lan get involved in it too?" Xie Hua's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "This matter, this Xie is judging by facts, and not the individual. Master Yun's words are rather biased." Lu Yun said coolly, "Since that's the case, Yi Yuan and the Tang family's matter. Lu, am intervening. What are you going to do about it?" Xie Hua's expression changed, immediately feeling great pressure. Greater sublime heavenly stratum was an existence that suppressed a region in Eastward Country. Before coming, he also never thought that Lu Yun would actually intervene. Ho-hu, younger brother Lu's status is revered. Why is there a need to interfere in the matters of juniors? Why not give this old man face and withdraw? Just as Xie Hua was in a dilemma, Another voice sounded out. Chapter 2546. This joke is really hilarious. Chapter 2546. This joke is really hilarious. Master. Seeing the arrival, Xie Hua was overjoyed. At this time, there was only Lin Lan who could suppress Lu Yun. However, the expressions of Lu Yun and the rest changed wildly. Even Lu Yun also did not expect that with Lin Lan's ident. 1. Tai, he would actually personally take action for a measly little Tang family. It seemed like his desire to destroy Yi Yuan was already as firm as iron. Lu Yun's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, Nation teacher came forth in person for a measly little Tang family. It really caught this Lu by surprise. Lin Lan smiled and said, Didn't younger brother Lu also move out in person for a measly little Tang family? The Tang family brought chaos upon the alchemy world, causing the atmosphere of the entire imperial city to be foul everywhere. It isn't considered overboard for this nation teacher to want to take them down, right? Or is it that one point affinity ascender can really refine heavenly pills? The corners of Lu Yun's mouth twitched slightly because he had never seen Yi Yuan refine pills with his own eyes before. There was only Jiang Yu alone who had truly seen him before. Sometimes public clamor could melt metals. When the entire world was denying a person, no matter how much you said, it was useless too. Lu Yun and Second Prince clearly did not have much confidence in Yi Yuan refining a heavenly pill too. After all, this was something impossible in the first place. This, whether can or not, we got to witness it before we'll know. Lu Yun argued. Lin Lan smiled and said, Yeah, indeed need to witness it. It's just that this nation teacher feels that brat has probably long already slipped away. Whether he's in here or not is already very hard to say. Otherwise, why did he suddenly go into terminal seclusion? Lu Yun's expression became rather ugly. Indeed, if Yi Yuan really could not refine a heavenly pill, he might very likely have already slipped away now. How could he be in closed seclusion here stupidly? Big brother, he's right inside. Tang Yu vomited blood from his mouth, using a hoa, he voiced a roar. After a bout of pummeling, Tang Yu currently had a bloodied nose and swollen face, fresh blood flowing across his body, his appearance incomparably miserable. When Lin Lan heard this, he still smiled and said, Child, if he already left, can you discover it with the likes of you? Tang Yu choked when he heard that, but immediately said, Big brother definitely won't run away. Lin Lan smiled slightly and said, Whether he left or not, we'll naturally know after breaking this array formation. If he isn't here, your Tang family will have nothing to say anymore, right? Tang Yu said stubbornly, If he isn't here, want to kill or dismember my Tang family is up to your disposal. In the past, he did not understand Yi Yuan, but along with the Pa-S Sing of Time, his understanding of Yi Yuan gradually grew deeper. Only then, discovering that this was someone who valued relations. I plus PS and loyalty immensely. Want him to believe that Yi Yuan fled? That was impossible. Lin Lan smiled and arrived before the door. The imposing aura of a greater sublime, heavenly stratum suddenly erupted, and Lin Lan smashed a fist towards the grand array. But right at this time, the door opened from inside with a creak. Yi Yuan's figure appeared in front of everyone. So many people, so lively. This brother, this Yi doesn't have grudges nor enmity with you. Why did you smash my door? Yi Yuan asked in puzzlement. Lin Lan was stunned. Clearly, he did not expect Yi Yuan to leave seclusion at this time. Let alone did he imagine that Yi Yuan actually really did not leave. In his view, Yi Yuan dragging it out and not daring to show face was absolutely due to a guilty conscience. How could this kind of person possibly refine a heavenly pill? But Lu Yun's expression changed, and he said, Yi Yuan, you mustn't be rude. This is our Eastward Country's nation teacher, Lin Lan, Eastward Alchemy World's #1 person. Yi Yuan had just exited seclusion and had not figured out the situation yet. However, he already saw that the Tang family father and son were beaten until they were unrecognizable. How could he still not understand what had happened? Fury rose from the bottom of his heart. Eastward Alchemy World's #1 person. Is it? Oh, then these people were all brought by you? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. The tone was already rather unfriendly. Lin Lan nodded faintly and said, That's right. You can think of it as they were brought by this nation teacher. The Tang family brought chaos to the alchemy world and spread rumors. This nation teacher is searching and confiscating the Tang family's property. Why? What's wrong with it? Yi Yuan said, Spread rumors? What rumors? That I know how to refine heavenly pills. This kind of thing, use one's B-U-T, talks to think, and one would also know. Lin Lan smiled and said, Why? You aren't going to tell this nation teacher that you really know how to refine heavenly pills, right? Yi Yuan said coolly, Why? Can't I? Haha, a 1-point affinity pitiful bug. Even if you're posturing, you also have to pick your target. All right? Posturing in front of master. Aren't you asking for trouble? Xie Hua laughed loudly when he heard that. When others heard it, mocking smiles also came over. Really ignorant. Already told him that nation teacher is the alchemy path's #1 person. He's still asking for trouble. He hid in this dilapidated house for so long and not dare to come out. To say that he knows how to refine heavenly pills, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. The Tang family was scolded for so long, and this guy didn't even come out to clarify. He clearly has a guilty conscience. Refining heavenly pill, a hilarious joke. At this point, no one believed that Yi Yuan knew how to refine pills anymore. Something that was originally impossible. A 6-month-long closed seclusion was enough to deny everything. Therefore, Yi Yuan's tough ATT, Toot at this time was just looking for a rebuff in the eyes of others. The Tang family was destroyed for sure today. Yi Yuan was also dead for sure today. Lin Lan could not help laughing as he said, I heard before that your talent is pretty good, but it's impossible for 1-point affinity to refine heavenly pills. Yi Yuan sneered and said, If I refine it? Lin Lan still shook his head and said, Absolutely impossible. In the 33 heavens, no one with 1-point affinity has refined a heavenly pill. Yi Yuan chuckled and changed the topic. They said that your Eastward Alchemy Path's #1 person? Lin Lan smiled and said, At least so far, no one in Eastward can Serpa. This nation teacher in alchemy Dao. In Eastward this border place, heavenly alchemists were very rare to begin with. Each heavenly alchemist had extremely venerated status. But Lin Lan was the most ill. Try as one, not one of. Therefore, his words were full of confidence. When Yi Yuan heard that, he just said coolly, Since that's the case, then this Yi will challenge you, this Eastward Alchemy Path's #1 person. Do you dare accept it or not? The moment these words came out, the whole place became deathly silent. And right away, there was a burst of roaring laughter. A 1-point heavenly alchemist wants to challenge nation teacher. This is the most hilarious joke that I've heard in the past 100 years. I'm dying of laughter. It's really killing me. Did this ascender break his brain? When he ascended, he had an appearance of seriously challenging nation teacher. It's really scary. Nation teacher, you mustn't accept it. I'm scared. The ridiculing voices reached their peak. If a 1-point heavenly alchemist was a civ joke in itself, then Yi Yuan's challenge was really going to shatter the firmament with laughter. Even Tang Yu, Lu Yun, and the rest were also thunderstruck until they were tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. This challenge was really an Astonies. Plussing move. Even if Yi Yuan was really a one-point heavenly alchemist, this was also the biggest joke since ancient times. Lin Lan maintained a proper demeanor and said with a slight smile, "Young man, your courage is commendable. It's just that, you heard it too. This joke is really very funny." Chapter 2547, You Can't Kill Him. Chapter 2547, You Can't Kill Him. A joke? This, ye doesn't have the time to tell you jokes. You just say, you dare or not? Or, are you, this whatever eastward alchemy path's #1 person, actually a coward? Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment these words came out, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan was considered to have publicly insulted nation teacher. How many years had it been since such a thing had happened? Lin Lan's expression also instantly turned sullen. He clearly knew that Yi Yuan was goading, but the fury in his heart still erupted uncontrollably. Even His Majesty would not dare to put him on the spot in front of so many people. An ascender with 1-point affinity actually dared to insult him so mercilessly. Furthermore, it was even humiliating him on the alchemy Tao that he was most proud of. If this could be endured, what else could not be? Ho-ho, very good. This nation teacher accepts your challenge. But if this nation teacher finds out that you're playing with me and can't refine heavenly pills at all, if this Yi loses to you, I'll cripple my own cultivation, and the Tang family will be at your disposal. Not waiting for Lin Lan to finish speaking, Yi Yuan directly interrupted his words, not leaving himself the slightest leeway. What Lin Lan said was that if he could not refine a heavenly pill, but when it reached Yi Yuan's mouth, it would not lose to Lin Lan, which was also to say that Yi Yuan had absolute confidence in this alchemy battle, and these words also directly forced himself to the edge of the cliff. Everyone was dumbfounded, seen before ruthless people, but never seen before such a ruthless one. However, everyone discerned that Yi Yuan's words still had a continuation. Sure enough, Yi Yuan paused for a bit and said in a solemn voice, "But if this Yi wins, what will nation teacher do?" Lin Lan laughed in spite of himself and said, "What qualifications do you have to negotiate terms with this nation teacher?" Yi Yuan grinned and said, "You can't kill me, but I can kill you in the future. Even if you hide in the royal palace, it's useless too. So this match, you have to bet." Everyone looked at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool. They were all dumbstruck with amazement. A middle lesser sublime heaven said that he was going to kill nation teacher under the encirclement of so many powerhouses. They were already absolutely sure that this ascender was definitely out of his mind. Of course, his ability to be funny was also first-rate. Lin Lan laughed loudly, and he said, "You're saying that this nation teacher is a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse, but have to be coerced by you now? What a joke! Do you believe that this nation teacher will kill you right now?" At this time, Lu Yun suddenly said, "No, this isn't a joke. You really can't kill him." The moment these words came out, everyone was shocked. Lin Lan frowned and said, "Lu Yun, don't you find it ridiculous to speak up for him at this time?" But Lu Yun shook his head indifferently and said, "This old man isn't speaking up for him. I'm just stating a fact. Why do you think this old man showed up here? Is a mere middle lesser sublime, heaven worth making this old man come forward in person to protect him?" Lin Lan's expression changed, immediately feeling something amiss. Lu Yun did not rush and continued. Yi Yuan had once sneaked into the royal palace before and strolled around in front of this old man. But this old man didn't notice it in the slightest. His spatial rule is long already transcendent. You can't kill him, but he can kill you in the future. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can attack right now." Lu Yun's words shocked everyone until they stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. A middle, lesser sublime heaven strolled around under the eyelids of a greater sublime heaven powerhouse, and he actually did not notice it. How could this kind of thing possibly happen? Too fake. Master Yun must be lying. In order to protect the Tang family, Master Yun has really gone all out, telling bald-faced lies, this sort of thing. I didn't expect that Master Yun could do it too. No one believed Lu Yun at all, because what he said was too fantastical. The degree was likely comparable to a 1-point heavenly alchemist. One had to know what Lu Yun said was in front of him, not hiding from his eyes and ears. A middle, lesser sublime heaven stood in front of a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse, and he did not notice it at all. Was it possible? Lin Lan's pupils constricted slightly but fell silent. He understood Lu Yun telling a brazen lie, this sort of thing. He could not make up this kind of nonsense. Furthermore, Lu Yun said it too calmly, and it also seemed to have some fear mixed in it. This subtle emotion was what truly triggered Lin Lan's nerves. "Fine. This nation teacher accepts your challenge. Now state your request." Lin Lan said. Everyone was shocked. Nation teacher actually compromised. Could it be that what Master Yun said was actually true? Everyone's hearts shook wildly. Yi Yuan pointed at the Tang family father and son and said coolly, "Very simple. Those who attacked, leave an arm behind, and kneel down and apologize to the Tang family. Also, you, Lord Nation Teacher, bow and apologize to the Tang family father and son in front of everyone." Hiss, another series of the sound of cold air being drawn came over. Today's matter blew up, making Nation Teacher bow and apologize. Even His Majesty did not dare to propose this, right? This ascender really ate a bear's heart or leopard's gall to actually dare make such a request. This was offending Nation Teacher to the core. Even Second Prince's expression changed too, and he said with a cold yell, "Yi Yuan, that's too much." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he gave Second Prince a deep glance. Second Prince's neck shrunk back, immediately feeling a strong pressure, almost asphyxiating him. Lu Yun secretly thought to himself that things were not good, and hurriedly said, "Young friend Yi, no matter what decision you make today, this Lu supports you." Only then did Yi Yuan's gaze ease up a little, and he nodded his head slightly to signal it. Second Prince still wanted to say something, but was shot down by Lu Yun with a fierce glare. Lu Yun naturally knew Second Prince's thoughts. Nation Teacher was a major favorite in front of His Majesty. With regards to seizing the throne, a word from Nation Teacher could match 10,000 words that he said. He held incredible weight. Offending Nation Teacher was equivalent to severing his own prospects. When Second Prince saw Yi Yuan make such an overboard request, how could he not be agitated? However, Lu Yun saw it deeper than him. Offending Nation Teacher was for sure. There was no meaning in standing up to say this sort of thing at this time. If he offended Yi Yuan again because of one sentence, then Second Prince was really finished, because Lu Yun felt that the consequences of offending Yi Yuan were even more severe than offending Nation Teacher. Pick the lesser of two evils. Therefore, at this time, they had to stand on Yi Yuan's side even more incomparably firmly, make a complete break from Nation Teacher. Stand side by side with Yi Yuan. Lu Yun was gambling. He was gambling that Yi Yuan could become a big shot who would cause a great sensation in Eastward. Perhaps Yi Yuan's weight in Eastward in the future would even surpass that of Nation Teachers. Sure enough, Lin Lan gave a cold laugh. His gaze when looking towards Second Prince became extremely indifferent. Clearly, he already made a decision in his heart. Ho, so what if I promise you? Could it be that this nation teacher is even afraid of you, a 1-point affinity ascender? Since it's a life and death wager, this nation teacher will sign an origin divinity contract with you. The person who breaks the contract will be struck dead by heaven. Lin Lan said in a cold voice. Since he knew that Yi Yuan's spatial rule was incredible, Lin Lan was naturally afraid that Yi Yuan would break the contract and flee after his defeat. As for losing to Yi Yuan, he never thought about it at all. This was something impossible. Yi Yuan nodded his head faintly and said, "As it ought to be." Chapter 2548. Please start your performance. Chapter 2548. Please start your performance. Everything was ready. An alchemy battle without any suspense officially started. Actually, everyone including Lu Yun and Tang Yu did not have much confidence in Yi Yuan. This brag was too over the top. If it was just refining a heavenly pill to prove the Tang family's innocence, they still had some confidence. But the opponent was nation teacher, Eastward Alchemy Path's #1 person. This difficulty was too great. However, at that moment, when the origin divinity contract was signed, Tang Yu father and son almost shed tears. They knew that Yi Yuan only did this in order to vent his frustration for him. He even wagered his own life. Yi Yuan could naturally escape, but he did not. He fought to the bitter end with nation teacher in order to help the Tang family seek justice. How could they not be moved? As distance tested a horse's strength, time revealed a person's heart. It was talking about this, right? Brat, you say that you're a heavenly alchemist. Then, what heavenly pill do you want to compete in? Lin Lan said with a cold smile. I only know the foundation establishment. Heavenly pill. Yi Yuan said calmly. He said it so naturally and righteously. Everyone had stunned faces. Following that, they burst into another wave of roaring laughter. Lin Lan saw that Yi Yuan had always had a calm and collected appearance. He even thought that Yi Yuan really had some heaven-defying ability. After a farce, he actually only knew how to refine the foundation establishment. Heavenly pill. Foundation establishment. Heavenly pill was the most basic heavenly pill. The refining difficulty was the lowest. To a grade 2 heavenly alchemist like Lin Lan, refining a foundation establishment, heavenly pill was like playing around. Furthermore, his quality was several times stronger than grade 1 heavenly alchemists. Yi Yuan competing in the foundation establishment, heavenly pill with him. Wasn't this looking for abuse? It's over. This time, it's really over. A look of despair was revealed in Tang Yu's eyes. Second Prince gritted his teeth, and he said in a low voice, Master Yun, is this the person that you bet on? How will he win now? Even if he can really refine a heavenly pill, how can he possibly beat nation teacher? Lu Yun also had a stunned look and actually had nothing to say in reply. He also somewhat doubted whether he bet wrongly or not. As for the rest, they hugged their bellies and laughed loudly. Ha ha! It's really killing me. I really didn't come in vain today. This kid's ability to amuse is superb. He was so KY just now. So I thought that he knew how to refine some heaven-defying heavenly pill. After a long time, he's going to compete in the foundation establishment. Heavenly pill with nation teacher. TSK, really a gimmick. It's still my first time hearing that someone dares to compete in foundation establishment. Heavenly pill with nation teacher. Doesn't he know that nation teacher's foundation establishment, heavenly pill, is the strongest in Eastward country? Yi Yuan's composure previously became forced posturing in everyone's eyes. Now, his true colors were revealed. Lin Lan could not help laughing as he said, Hoo, foundation establishment. Heavenly pill, huh? You really scared this nation teacher. All right, compete in the foundation establishment. Heavenly pill, then. Master Yi, you have to show mercy in a while. Roaring laughter sounded out everywhere. Everyone was tickled by nation teacher's humor. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, "Then please start your performance, nation teacher." Lin Lan smiled and said, "All right, after this nation teacher finishes refining, I want to see how you still continue posturing." Lin Lan arrived before the pill furnace. Everyone quietened down. Such a major incident happening to the Tang family. Many heavenly alchemists also rushed over when they heard the news. Seeing Lin Lan take action, each and everyone held their breaths. Lin Lan already had not displayed his strength in front of people for a long time, observing nation teachers, pill refinement. Even if it was the foundation establishment, heavenly pill, it would be a good learning opportunity for them too. Arriving before the pill furnace, Lin Lan's aura changed. The disposition of a grand master rose leisurely. Feeling this aura, everyone registered profound respect. How could an ordinary person become the nation teacher? Lin Lan held his palm out. A dark red Dao fire emerged. Grade 2 Dao fire. Red lotus would heaven Dao fire, compared to grade 1 Dao fires. This red lotus would heaven Dao fire was clearly much purer. The damage to heavenly alchemists was also significantly lesser. It was only to see Lin Lan beckon with his hand. A Dragonbone GRA. S arrived on his palm. Dragonbone GRA. S was precisely one of the foundation establishment, heavenly pills, heavenly medicine. The Dragonbone GRA. S gradually turned into paste form, being crystal clear without the slightest blemish. H. Plus cries of wonder rose and ebbed. TSK. The nation teacher is really the nation teacher. He is really too strong. This extraction technique has reached the acme of perfection. I heard that nation teacher's affinity reached a horrifying 48 points. Refining an entry-level heavenly medicine like Dragonbone GRA. S. Isn't it at his fingertips? Ha! I'm somewhat looking forward to it now. How a 1-point heavenly alchemist refines these heavenly medicines. When experts make their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. The moment Lin Lan got started, it was completely not what Gu Mao, that level of heavenly alchemist, could compare to. Regardless of whether it was heat or skill level, it was not on the same level at all. Tang Yu and the rest had also never seen a grade 2 heavenly alchemist take action before. Seeing this scene, they despaired to the extreme. The nation teacher was still the nation teacher. Too strong. They already could not care about their injuries anymore. They only hoped that Lin Lan would make some mistakes when refining. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would not have a chance to win at all. However, time slowly trickled by. Lin Lan did not make any mistakes at all. Not only that, but Lin Lan also seemed to have gotten serious and actually showed signs of gradually entering an ideal state. Lin Lan's performance was like bullets shattering the hearts of the Tang family father and son to pieces. No idea how long had Pa S. said either. Lin Lan withdrew his Dao fire and urged with his palm. A medicinal pill fell onto the table. One look, and the quality was extremely high. I haven't practiced the foundation establishment, heavenly pill, for many years. I've become a little rusty. Fortunately, I gradually found some feeling back. Come, men, bring forth the cloud Mount Motherstone. Lin Lan said with a laugh. In reality, he was serious from the start. Yi Yuan's repeated provocation upset him greatly. He was naturally unwilling to be neglectful. Taking action this time, he went all out. As for being rusty, he had indeed not refined the foundation establishment, heavenly pill, for some years already, but it definitely would not affect his strength. Just like a mathematics professional, he had not done elementary school problems for many years already. If he went back to do the problems now, would he be rusty? Obviously not. Of course, he would not say that. Very soon, someone brought a white rock up. This rock was called Cloud Mount Motherstone. It was specifically used to determine the quality of heavenly pills. The Cloud Mount Motherstone was the most sensitive to the quality of medicinal pills. A heavenly stratum powerhouse carved restrictions on it. Once it reacted, it would give birth to a beam of light. The more sections the light beam had, the higher the quality. The quality of heavenly pills was divided into 9 grades. First grade was the weakest, and 9th grade was the strongest. The foundation establishment, heavenly pill, that Yi Yuan refined previously did not reach a grade at all. Lin Lan reached his hand out and beckoned. That foundation establishment, heavenly pill, suspended above the cloud Mount Motherstone. Suddenly, light shone. A light beam lit up on the foundation establishment, heavenly pill. Following that, the second beam of light, the third beam of light. Only all the way until the 5th beam of light was more than half completed did it stop. Nation Teachers Foundation establishment, heavenly pill is of the upper 5th grade. Lin Lan nodded his head slightly, expressing satisfaction. However, everyone was already boiling with excitement. Upper 5th grade, just a bit more, and it can reach 6th grade. Nation Teacher is Nation Teacher, far from what some random Tom, D, ICK, or Harry can compare to. Nation Teacher is simply demeaning his own status by competing in alchemy with that ascender. Chapter 2549. Master Yi, time for you to perform. Chapter 2549. Master Yi, time for you to perform. 4 ordinary grade, 1 heavenly alchemist. No matter how skilled, they could only refine upper 3rd grade quality 2. Those who could reach 4th grade were all heaven grade powerhouses, but the moment Lin Lan took action, it was upper 5th grade. It could be seen how profound his skill level was. It was not that 5th grade was 2 grades higher than 3rd grade. The quality would increase by less than twice. The higher the quality, the harder it was to achieve. 3rd grade to 4th grade was several times the gap. 4th grade to 5th grade was another gap of several times. This kind of disparity was magnified exponentially. 5th grade compared to ordinary 3rd grade. The medicinal effect was at least more than 10 times stronger. Further up, it was virtually impossible for a grade 2 heavenly alchemist to want to reach 6th grade. Of course, this was also the most basic foundation establishment, heavenly pill. If it were other heavenly pills, it would have been impossible for him to reach this level. Master Yi, can this foundation establishment, heavenly pill, still enter your arcane sights? Lin Lan joked. Upper 5th grade was an exceptional performance for him as well. He was already very sure in his heart that he would win. If upper 5th grade could not even beat a 1-point affinity fellow, he could find a piece of tofu to go and commit suicide. Therefore, he was very relaxed right now. However, Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's just like that, barely sable. However, you're indeed much stronger than Gumao, that fellow." Yi Yuan's visual prowess was not what these heavenly alchemists present could compare to. Lin Lan's pill refinement was like floating clouds and flowing water, natural and smooth, accomplished in one go. Just controlling the fire shook Gumao off by 10 streets behind. Therefore, the two were not on the same level at all. Of course, Yi Yuan's fire control shook Gumao off by more than 100 streets. Lin Lan was similarly not on the same level as Yi Yuan, but the crowd was extremely indignant. This guy is really C. Oh, C, KY to the extreme. Still posturing until now. Nation Teacher is good-tempered. Otherwise, he would have long wrecked him to death. Upper 5th grade is still sable. Hoo-hoo, He really is not afraid of spraining his tongue when talking. Lin Lan's face turned black, and he almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. This guy actually compared him to Gumao that Traz. H+1 was a grade 1 heavenly alchemist, while the other was grade 2. There was no comparison, all right? Is that so? Then, Master Yi, it's time for you to perform. Lin Lan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, all right, you learn by the side. It might help you to break through your current bottleneck. As for today's matter, just take it as you paid tuition fees. Just because you can't do some things, it doesn't mean that others can't do it. So what if 1 point affinity? To me, Yi Yuan affinity is nothing at all. As Yi Yuan said, he slowly walked in front of the pill furnace. Everyone was dumbfounded. Posturing. Too capable at posturing. This guy was nuts to actually have nation teacher learn by the side. A rookie who could only refine foundation establishment. Heavenly Pill actually made a grade 2 heavenly alchemist learn something. Even said that affinity was nothing. Where did your freaking courage come from? Lin Lan was shocked too. He had never seen before a junior who could posture so much. This was crazy. But just as everyone was shocked, Yi Yuan made his move. Swaz. H. Plus the Dragonbone, GRA. S. S flew right into Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan controlled the Dao fire and started extracting. The pale blue Dao fire flickered and jumped. At times, it was like a dragon prancing the 9 heavens. At other times, it was like a fish swimming in shallow waters. All in all, that CLUS Turaflame seemed to have life. The vast majority of the people present had never seen Yi Yuan refine the Dragonbone GRA S before. Upon seeing it this moment, it was immediately overwhelmingly shocking. This fire control was too amazing. Yi Yuan's current refinement was G. Oh, D knows how many times stronger than when he bet with Gumao back then. The faint smile of a victor had been hanging on Lin Lan's face all along. But at this time, this confidence had already disappeared completely. What replaced it was shock. A shock that was incapable of further increase. He had never thought that someone could control fire to such an extent. Furthermore, the Dragonbone GRA S was currently becoming purer and purer under Yi Yuan's refinement. When the Dragonbone GRA S was finished refining, Lin Lan already had a score in his heart. The Dragonbone GRA S that Yi Yuan refined was significantly stronger than his. One stalk after another of heavenly medicine, Yi Yuan's extraction was mastered to perfection. It was simply the style of a master. In contrast, Lin Lan's air of a master was not even fit to carry Yi Yuan's shoes. In the path of alchemy, Yi Yuan was the eternal king. Even if he did not have much affinity, no one could overpower him in alchemy too. Not that he was invincible, but that it was his formidable strength and bearing that exudes from inside out. This kind of self-confidence based on powerful strength was something that no one could replace. Affinity was the greatest obstacle stopping Yi Yuan from refining heavenly pills. But in other aspects, Yi Yuan's strength was completely not what Lin Lan could compare to. That kind of might that had gone through endless tempering simply had no weakness to exploit. After finished refining the heavenly medicines, the most crucial moment came. Refining the heavenly pill. Whether it was a mule or a horse, it was time to see the truth. All of the heavenly medicines gathered in the pill furnace, the pressure on Yi Yuan suddenly increased. Even now, affinity this hurdle still added tremendous pressure on him when he was refining pills. That feeling was like Yi Yuan was Russ. Plussing forward at full speed, but there were 8 horses pulling him in the opposite direction. The feeling of restraint was too obvious. The sweat on Yi Yuan's head grew more and more, and his expression became more and more serious. Clearly, he was very taxed. When Lin Lan saw this scene, he was immediately much more at ease. He could feel that Yi Yuan's affinity absolutely did not exceed 3 points. This showed that the 1-point affinity was not a groundless rumor. Yi Yuan really did not have affinity. Looking at Yi Yuan's expression again, one would know that it was enough to choke him. Hoo-hoo, I thought he could really defy the heavens. After a long time, it was a false alarm. Lin Lan said with a cold laugh. The others also let out long sighs of relief. Everyone was deceived by Yi Yuan's grandmaster air previously. Freaking H-E-L-L scared me to death. I even thought that he could really refine a heavenly pill. This guy really scares people to death without paying for it. But apart from that, his affinity is only 1 point. His other areas are really strong. Sigh, what a pity. Now everyone's attitude was a little better. After all, Yi Yuan indeed had the capital to posture. Just in terms of fire control and extraction, Yi Yuan had even Serpa S, said nation teacher Lin Lan already. This was sufficient to be proud. However, without being able to refine a heavenly pill, everything was in vain. He would not be able to clear this hurdle today. Therefore, many people were also lamenting endlessly. Such a genius, it was indeed a pity. Along with the Pa-S sing of time, Yi Yuan's performance became more and more strained, and his breathing also became more and more labored. However, the movements of his hands were not disorderly at all. No idea how long had Pa-S said either. Yi Yuan flipped his palm over. The Tao fire extinguished with a loud bang. Pa, pa, pa. Lin Lan's applause came from the side. Master Yi has worked hard. Have to admit, you really scared this nation teacher. However, forget about refining heavenly pills. With your pitiful bit of affinity, it's impossible to refine a complete heavenly pill, much less Serpa S this nation teacher. Lin Lan said with a snicker. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and flipped his palm over again, and the pill furnace opened. A thick medicinal scent struck the nose. A medicinal pill flew out of the pill furnace slowly and landed in the dish. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Lan and said with a sneer, "Who said that you can't refine heavenly pills without affinity?" Chapter 2550. There's still a long way to go. Chapter 2550. There's still a long way to go. There was silence. The sound of a needle falling could be heard. Everyone present was collectively rendered speechless. A foundation establishment, heavenly pill, was really formed. After several breaths, the crowd suddenly exploded. Heavenly pill. He really refined a heavenly pill. A 1-point heavenly alchemist. He's really a 1-point heavenly alchemist. My goodness, I even thought that he was posturing. It turns out that he's really awesome. Something's not right. Why does the aura of this foundation establishment, heavenly pill, feel stronger than nation teachers? Previously, these people were still taunting and jeering, mocking Yi Yuan in various ways. It was as if Yi Yuan was a clown. But now, Yi Yuan used a single heavenly pill to make everyone shut up. Shocked everyone. Of course, what shocked them even more was the quality of this foundation establishment, heavenly pill. Judging from the aura, it was actually even stronger than nation teachers. Of course, just how strong it was, it still needed to be tested before they would know. Second Prince was stunned and muttered, he really succeeded. B, but how is this possible? 1-point affinity. A 1-point affinity actually refined a heavenly pill. Clearly, he still could not quite believe the truth before his eyes. But he knew that Master Yun gambled correctly. Inconceivable. Under the stances where there was absolutely no hope, he turned the tables. Lu Yun was also unbelievably shocked. Until now, he still felt that he was dreaming. He thought before that Yi Yuan could refine heavenly pills, but he never thought that the quality of the heavenly pill that Yi Yuan refined was actually so good. If not for that, his affinity is only 1 point. How could he have refined this foundation establishment heavenly pill so strenuously? Lu Yin smiled bitterly and said, "From Yi Yuan's performance, one could tell how much effort he put in for today. If not for the restriction of affinity, with Yi Yuan's terrifying talent, he would have long already made eastward countries submit at his feet. What did a mere Lin Lan count for?" Lin Lan looked at that foundation establishment, heavenly pill, a shocked expression on his face. When the impossible became possible, nothing was more impactful than this. How is this possible? With 1 point affinity, he actually really refined a heavenly pill. Lin Lan's eyes were full of astonishment and disbelief. Until now, he was also unwilling to believe that this was real. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Looks like you only cared about mocking just now, and didn't study well. Just a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. I wonder where your baffling self-confidence comes from. You must know there's a heaven beyond heaven, lording over in this tiny little eastward country and posing as being #1 in the world. You'll only have this bit of strength forever. Refining pills need to harbor a heart of awe and veneration. It's not that no one is stronger than you. It's just that you haven't encountered them." As he said, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned and sent the foundation establishment heavenly pill that he refined to the cloud Mount Motherstone. Light shone, 1 beam, 2 beams. Very soon, the light beams Serpa S said 5. At this time, everyone quietened down again, holding their breaths and staring fixedly at the cloud Mount Motherstone. The 5th beam of light was still rising. These people felt as though they were almost suffocating, as if even more nervous than them competing in alchemy themselves. Gradually, the 5th light beam rose to more than half. Same as nation teacher, upper 5th grade. The sound of hearts shattering seemed to be able to be heard all around. However, the light beam did not stop rising. The 5th beam of light was full very soon. However, it reached the 6th light beam without the least bit of suspense. 6th grade. My G.O.D. A 1-point heavenly alchemist refined a 6th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill. Crazy. It's too crazy. It's still rising. The clamoring voices rose and ebbed, lingering on incessantly. That rising beam of light continuously refreshed their understanding. From being impossible to possible. From being possible to Serpa S, Sing Nation teacher. From Serpa S, Sing Nation teacher to Cruz H, I, Plussing Nation teacher. Progressing step by step, pressing harder with each step. A 1-point affinity ascender had created too many miracles within this short time. The light beam did not stop rising, from lower 6th grade to middle 6th grade, and then to upper 6th grade. Very soon, it closed in on the great hurdle of 7th grade. Everyone was almost asphyxiating. Their eyes were glued on the light beam, wanting to know when it would stop. The rising speed of the light beam began to slow down. Finally, it arrived before the juncture of 7th grade. Then, the light beam was like a stream of water that spilled over, breaking through the great hurdle of 7th grade. 7th grade. As 7th grade. A 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill. My G.O.D. I've never seen before such a high-quality foundation establishment heavenly pill in my lifetime. Really blinded my dog eyes. I actually thought that this ascender was a piece of Traz. H. Plus, forget about eastward country. Even in the entire true, young, heavenly domain, 7th grade foundation establishment, heavenly pills are also seldom seen, right? The light beam stopped at middle 7th grade, in the end. Yi Yuan looked at the light beam and heaved a slight sigh, muttering under his breath, "Just middle 7th grade? Indeed, there's still a very long way to go." Clearly, he felt quite regrettable. This was already his current limit. To him, not reaching peak 9th grade was not considered a success at all. The foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill, was the most basic heavenly pill. If even the foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill, could not reach grand completion, how could the road in the future be smooth? High-rise buildings were raised from the ground up. Yi Yuan had never relaxed his pursuit in alchemy before. It was precisely this kind of stringent pursuit that was close to freakish that let him have today's accomplishments. Actually, the foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill, was really too simple for Yi Yuan. But because of the constraints of affinity, he had not been able to achieve grand completion for a long time. His instinct training still had not reached perfection. It was just that when his words fell into the ears of bystanders, the posturing value increased infinitely. Lin Lan's face turned black. Wisconsin H. I, plussing to swing a slap over. This posturing was too obvious, right? Many onlookers were also extremely unhappy inwardly. Middle 7th grade. This was already outrageously strong, all right? But no one jumped out anymore at this time. Fine, you're amazing. Posture however you like. Actually, it was just the difference in worldview that led to a difference in understanding. The things that you flaunted were merely other people's daily life. Although Yi Yuan was an ascender and was even still a newcomer in the cultivation of heavenly pills, his pursuit of alchemy Dao was not what these people could understand at all. He was just speaking his mind. Lord Nation Teacher, can the foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill, that this Yi refined still enter your arcane sights? Yi Yuan responded lightly. Lin Lan's expression changed. But without waiting for him to speak, Yi Yuan continued, "The pill has been refined too. Isn't it time for Nation Teacher to fulfill the origin divinity contract?" Lin Lan's pupils constricted. He did not expect that he really lost completely and utterly. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist actually lost to a 1-point affinity ascender. He had never even thought about such a thing before. But now, at this point, he wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. He, the exalted Nation Teacher. Eastward, alchemy paths, former number 1 person actually had to apologize to the Tang family. He clenched his jaws tightly and said in a solemn voice, "Those who attacked just now, cut off and arm yourselves and kowtow and apologize to the Tang family father and son. Nation Teacher, W.E. Lin Lan's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Why want this Nation Teacher to do it personally?" Those few guards who attacked were practically all upper lesser sublime heaven, their strength rather formidable. Making them cut off an arm, they were naturally unwilling. But at this time, it was not up to them anymore as well. Chapter 2551, Yi Yuan's Business Sense. Chapter 2551, Yi Yuan's Business Sense. Be Brother Tang, W.E. were wrong. Please forgive us. A bunch of people knelt down before Tang, Jinhua father and son. These guards had already become one-armed men, but they still had to endure the severe pain, to kowtow and admit their fault to the Tang family father and son. Looking at the group of guards in front of them, who lowered their heads in admission of their crime, Tang, Jinhua father and son felt very liberated. None of these people went easy when they attacked just now. If not for Second Prince and Master Yun arriving in time, they might have already been beaten to death. The anger was pretty much vented. Tang Jinhua was just about to open his mouth and speak, but heard Yi Yuan suddenly point at Xie Hua and said quietly, Did you attack just now? Xie Hua's entire body trembled, his expression changing wildly. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Looks like you attacked too. Why? Are you more special than them? Xie Hua immediately broke out in cold sweat and said fearfully, I am Nation Teacher's disciple. Master, Lin Lan's gaze turned dark, and he said, Yi Yuan, give this Nation Teacher face and spare his arm. This Nation Teacher will make him kowtow and apologize for his crime to the Tang family, and I will show additional generous thanks. To a heavenly alchemist, severing an arm was equivalent to losing one's alchemy career, equivalent to losing all glory. These guard strengths were still there, but it would be doubly difficult for Xie Hua to want to refine pills again. Yi Yuan grinned and said coolly, How much is your face worth? Lin Lan's expression changed. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Even Second Prince and Lu Yin also broke out in cold sweat. This was offending Nation Teacher to the core. Of course, this was because they did not understand Yi Yuan. He was actually a very amicable person, but don't touch his reverse scale. Once his bottom line was crossed, even if you were the Jade Emperor, he would not give face either. The Tang family father and son getting abused innocently, this was his bottom line. If he did it, he would have to pay the price. Pleading? It did not exist. Lin Lan said in a cold voice, Yi Yuan, are you trying to fall out completely with this Nation Teacher? Yi Yuan said coolly, So what if yes? Lin Lan laughed from extreme fury and said, Good, very good. It's really been a long time since anyone has dared to treat this Nation Teacher like this in this eastward country. You're very good. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, All right, stop posturing. You haven't even said your own hurdle yet. Lin Lan's face turned black, and he almost vomited blood. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, Why? Are you going to tear up the Origin Divinity contract? Our contract includes that whoever took action will cut off an arm. If Yi Yuan was willing, he could naturally exempt Xie Hua's punishment, but he was not willing. This would be Lin Lan violating the Origin Divinity contract. The consequences were extremely serious. Lin Lan's entire body shook, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Xie Hua, cut off your arm. And Master, Xie Hua was almost crying. Master asked you to sever your arm. Didn't you hear it? Lin Lan practically roared it out. Xie Hua had a look of despair, but he still refused to sever his arm. Lin Lan frowned and immediately turned into an afterimage, arriving in front of Xie Hua. Puchi, one of Xie Hua's arms was actually forcibly torn off by Lin Lan. Lin Lan suddenly turned around, glared at Yi Yuan fiercely, and said, Are you satisfied? Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said, Doesn't matter whether I'm satisfied or not. This is what he deserves. Lin Lan's eyes were full of killing intent, and he said in a cold voice, Go, kneel down and apologize. Xie Hua, almost set out from the pain, but he did not dare to defy Lin Lan's order, and could only come before the Tang family father and son and kowtowed in apology. The Tang family father and son exchanged glances and actually felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. The delight from before already turned into alarm and horror. Yi Yuan was too ruthless. This was not leaving any leeway in the slightest. Relax. If you can't even withstand this bit of spectacle, don't follow me in the future. If you guys feel that your anger isn't vented, there's no harm in killing a few for fun. Yi Yuan said coolly. The Tang family father and son trembled all over and steeled their hearts, immediately feeling much tougher. Yi Yuan was really too domineering. They could not lose face either. The the Tang family already had no path of retreat. There was only following Yi Yuan all the way. Furthermore, following someone who was loyal to friends like Yi Yuan seemed to be a pretty good choice too. It was just that in the eyes of the onlookers, Yi Yuan was a complete and utter lunatic. If enmity was not settled amicably, there would be no end to it. Offending nation teacher to the core in eastward country, what benefit was there? Yi Yuan's gaze looked toward Lin Lan, and he said with a faint smile, "Lord Nation Teacher, it's your turn." The killing intent in Lin Lan's chest currently billowed to the sky, and he was long already overwhelmed with rage. But he was restrained by the origin divinity contract and did not dare to make a move at all. His eyes were fixed on Yi Yuan, and he opened his mouth and said, "This nation teacher asks you one last time, are you really going to offend this nation teacher to the core?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If you must think of it this way, then let me tell you, yes." Lin Lan's two eyes almost narrowed into a slit. Suddenly, he turned around, arrived before the Tang family father and son, gave a deep bow, and said, "Gentlemen, I'm sorry." Finished saying this, he did not wait for the Tang family father and son to agree, and he was going to turn around and leave. "Let's go." "Wait." Yi Yuan suddenly said. Boom. Lin Lan's aura instantly rose to the peak, and he glared at Yi Yuan and said, "Brat, do you really think that this nation teacher doesn't dare to kill you?" Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Nation teacher is advanced in age already. Your temper is still so bad. This Yi doesn't have other meaning. It's just that seeing so many people with severed arms, I can't help but want to solicit some business." Finished saying, he said smilingly to those guards with severed arms, "Gentlemen, the Tang family will launch an exclusive Jasper regeneration pill within 5 years. If you all want to recover your severed arm, remember to come and patronize the Tang family's business." Those guards trembled all over, looking at Yi Yuan with hopeful faces. They were no strangers to the name Jasper regeneration pill. In reality, this pill formula was not Gu Mao's exclusive pill formula. At least, there was this pill formula in Lin Lan's hands. But no one could refine the Jasper regeneration pill in eastward country. Nation teacher could not either. If that the refining difficulty of the Foundation establishment heavenly pill was entry level, then the refining difficulty of the Jasper regeneration pill was demon level. The complexity of this heavenly pill exceeded imaginations. It was hard for ordinary grade 2 heavenly alchemists to refine it too. Lin Lan sneered and said, "What a joke. With just the likes of you, you can refine the Jasper regeneration pill within 5 years. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Lan with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Lord Nation Teacher, I feel that your gambling integrity is pretty good. Why not? Let's make another bet. I'll give you another chance. If I can't refine the Jasper regeneration pill within 5 years, I'll be at your disposal. How about it?" Lin Lan's words reached his mouth and were forcibly swallowed back. This ascender in front of him was seriously too bizarre. Who knew whether he could really refine it within 5 years or not? If you don't dare to bet, don't talk nonsense here." Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Lin Lan exploded. He said in a great rage, "Brat, this nation teacher will make this bet with you. If you can't refine the Jasper regeneration pill within 5 years, this nation teacher will definitely make you die very horribly." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was amused and said, "Okay, if I can refine it, why don't you give this position of nation teacher up to me? How about it?" Chapter 2552, highly popular. Chapter 2552, highly popular. If you can really refine the Jasper regeneration pill, it will mean that your strength is above this nation teacher's. So what if I let you be the nation teacher Lin Lan said with a cold smile. There was a gap of 108,000 miles between the Foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill, and the Jasper Regeneration Pill. As a Grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist, he was also unable to refine the Jasper Regeneration Pill to this day. This was sufficient to indicate a problem. It was true that Yi Yuan's talent was strong, but what he displayed just now, he had clearly already reached his limit. This indicated that the shortcoming of affinity still had an impact on Yi Yuan. Furthermore, it was not small. Wanting to refine the Jasper Regeneration Pill within a short 5 years was simply a fool's talk. Being enraged, Lin Lan just wanted to doom Yi Yuan to death. Therefore, he bet with Yi Yuan again. The two made an Origin Divinity contract, stunning everyone present. This Yi Yuan really desired to see the world plunged into chaos. Ho-hu, Lord Nation Teacher, thank you very much for your generosity. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Lin Lan sneered and said, You just pray that you don't end up in this Nation Teacher's hands. Finished talking, Lin Lan left with the large group of troops. A ransacking operation on a grand and spectacular scale actually ended in such a manner, making people's jaws drop. Tang Yu father and son stumbled their way in front of Yi Yuan. Tang Yu said gratefully, Thank you very much, big brother. Yi Yuan said coolly, You already called me as you big brother. How can I ignore the Tang family's affairs? All right, you are already injured until like this. Hurry up and go back and nurse your injuries. But Tang Yu did not leave, having an appearance of wanting to speak, but swallowing the words back. Yi Yuan knew what he meant and said smilingly, You're worried that I can't refine the Jasper Regeneration Pill? Tang Yu was a little embarrassed, said and nodded slightly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Relax, a mere Jasper Regeneration Pill. How can it stun me, Yi Yuan? Lu Yin came up and said, Young friend Yi, you're also treating it too trivially. This Jasper Regeneration Pill. Even Grade 2 Heavenly Alchemists can't refine it. I'm afraid that it's unrealistic for you to want to refine it within 5 years. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist? Wasn't that Grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist just defeated at my hands too? Everyone exchanged glances and could not help being speechless. What did you say? Nation Teacher lost? How is this possible? When eldest prince heard the news, he was shocked until he jumped up. This news was seriously too shocking. When his subordinate recounted the process, eldest prince was speechless for a long time. How much thought and effort had he expended before getting Nation Teacher to take action against the Tang family? In the end, Nation Teacher actually suffered a cruce. Plussing defeat. Before this, eldest prince was extremely proud of himself with regards to this hand of cards. In this imperial city, who else could save someone from under Nation Teacher's hands? Yet, Nation Teacher was defeated so thoroughly. The plan that he expended countless efforts to make was ruined just like that. Eldest prince waved his hand and chased everyone out. A gray-robed old man walked out from behind the curtain. Eldest prince let out a sigh and said, Forget it. At any rate, Nation Teacher clashed with old second. It's simply impossible for that Yi Yuan to win this 5-year agreement. At that time, take care of old second again. Master Yu, wonder what's your opinion about it? This gray-robed old man was called Huang Xiaoyu, eldest prince's master. Rather than saying this battle for the throne was the struggle between eldest prince and second prince, might as well say that it was the battle of magics between these two greater sublime heavenly stratums. Huang Xiaoyu said, 5-year agreement, it's naturally good if Nation Teacher, that side can win. But you have to keep other cards in reserve too. Eldest prince said in surprise, Master Yu, this is impossible, right? A 1-point heavenly alchemist is indeed incredibly shocking. But there's no comparison between the Foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill, and Jasper Regeneration Pill at all. The Jasper Regeneration Pill is something that even Nation Teacher can't refine. Huang Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Before this, wasn't there no one who thought that Yi Yuan could win too? But what about the final result?" Eldest Prince choked and actually had nothing to say in reply. Huang Xiaoyu said, "If you want that position of emperor, you have to consider everything that you do. It isn't that you can sleep in peace after becoming emperor. Eastward country isn't an otherworldly paradise. There are powerful enemies casting covetous eyes all around. And there's also the Jade True Heavenly Sect, this Leviathan above it. A single misstep, and it will be the outcome of the country being ruined and the home lost. Do you think that becoming the emperor is so easy? These few years, which day was His Majesty not wary with extreme caution, akin to treading on thin ice? Otherwise, how would the two of you have this chance to compete for this position of emperor?" Eldest Prince's eyes sank slightly, immediately feeling a strong pressure. Indeed, compared to Royal Father, they were still much more inexperienced. He gave a bow toward Huang Xiaoyu and said, "Master Yu, please give guidance." Huang Xiaoyu nodded and said, "I don't think that Yi Yuan can win either. But this Yi Yuan isn't simple. How cunning is old man Lu Yun? How could he make a losing proposition? Don't you forget what their bet is. If that Yi Yuan really wins, he might very likely become the Nation Teacher. A heavenly alchemist who can refine the Jasper Regeneration Pill. Even His Majesty isn't willing to offend either." Eldest Prince's pupils constricted. He really had not thought about this possibility. If Master Yu's words came true, then he would be in danger. "Master Yu," this Eldest Prince said nervously. Huang Xiaoyu said, "So, the first thing that you have to do now is to investigate this Yi Yuan. The more detailed, the better. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you fight 100 battles without danger of defeat." Eldest Prince deeply felt that way too, and nodded in response, and said, "Then what about the second thing?" Huang Xiaoyu said, "Those few from the Jade True Heavenly Sect have already become overlords. Even if you ascend to the throne in the future, you won't be able to bypass them too. If they don't nod their heads, you have no chance. Therefore, you must forge a good relations. I+P with them. With their support, even His Majesty has to think thrice too. Only then will there be no danger of anything going wrong." Eldest Prince's eyes became brighter and brighter, having a feeling of dispelling the clouds and seeing the bright moon. The news of Nation Teacher being defeated instantly swept across the entire city. Nation Teacher was defeated. Nation Teacher actually lost to an ascender. Furthermore, it was even an ascender who only had 1-point affinity. This incident was seriously too explosive. The entire Imperial City was discussing this matter. You guys don't know this, but everyone treated that ascender as a clown. But in the end, when the Cloud Mount Motherstone determined his pill as 7th grade, everyone was stunned. Is it real or not? Is a 1-point affinity really so incredible? Absolutely true. So many people saw it. Can it still be fake? Middle 7th grade foundation, establishment, heavenly pill. The Tang family is going to rise up. Just based on a foundation, establishment, heavenly pill, the Tang family can overwhelm all the families in the Imperial City. Now that you said this, I really have to go to the Tang family to take a look. In the main streets and alleyways, this scene could be seen everywhere. A 1-point heavenly alchemist was an extremely sensational thing in itself, coupled with 7th grade foundation, establishment, heavenly pill, plus Nation Teacher Lin Lanscruce. Plussing defeat, bowing in apology. It would cause a stir even if you did not want it to. The Tang family became the most popular family all at once. The foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill, that Yi Yuan refined became the most popular heavenly pill in the entire city. Each one was sold at a sky-high price. Chapter 2553, Ninth Grade Golden Pill. Chapter 2553, Ninth Grade Golden Pill. A foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill, as the name suggests, it was the heavenly pill that consolidated one's foundation and nurtured one's essence. It was the foundational medicinal pill among heavenly pills, but it was also one of the most important medicinal pills. At the beginning of cultivation, whether the foundation was good or bad, it had a direct relations. H-I plus P with one's future achievements. The higher the quality of the foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill, the more solid the foundation of the martial artist would naturally be. On the markets, the price of an upper third grade foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill, was already very considerable. It could be sold for 50 heavenly crystals. One had to know one heavenly crystal could let an ordinary person live for as long as a year in the imperial city. A fourth grade foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill, the price was directly double. Even the price of the worst, lower fourth grade, Heavenly Pill, had to reach 100 heavenly crystals too. As for a fifth grade foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill, it had to be sold for at least 500 heavenly crystals. Of course, this was just in theory. Lin Lan had not taken action to refine foundation establishment Heavenly Pills for many years already. It was naturally impossible to want to see fifth grade foundation establishment Heavenly Pills. Therefore, fifth grade foundation establishment Heavenly Pills were basically just a legend. Then, the scarcity of seventh grade foundation establishment Heavenly Pills could be imagined. Furthermore, when the quality reached seventh grade, it would tend to go from a quantitative change to qualitative change. The heavenly pill would often have some inconceivable fringe effects to develop the human body's potential. Therefore, the foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill that Yi Yuan refined, became a sought-after item in an instant. Each seventh grade foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill that the Tang family put out, was often hiked to a sky-high price of 10,000 heavenly crystals. Many martial artists simply shrank back at the sight of it. But there was no choice either. Cultivation was something that burnt money to begin with. Therefore, the strong grew stronger and the weak grew weaker. And the popularity of the foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill, also drove the various businesses of the Tang family. The Tang family made a lot of money. Even Second Prince could not sit still anymore. Lu Yun brought Second Prince and paid a visit to ask for pills. Younger brother Tang Yu, I say, this prince has treated you pretty well these few years, right? In a while, when Master Yi exits seclusion, you have to put in a good word for me. Second Prince said with earnest. Now, even Second Prince's term of address for Tang Yu changed. Calling younger brother, the tone carried currying favor. This kind of attitude was unimaginable in the past. What kind of status did Second Prince have, and how proud was he? How could he address a measly little family's young master as a brother? But now everything changed. Tang Yu could not help feeling vicissitudes of emotion, feeling that when he was forced to call Big Brother back then, it was really the wisest decision in his life. Hoo-hoo, Second Prince, Your Highness, don't need to worry. Actually, you don't need to beg me. Big Brother is most loyal to friends. Back then, Master Yun stood firmly on his side. Just based on this, you won't go without a foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill. Furthermore, this time, Big Brother even made me invite younger sister Xuezhen. There's likely to be a big play, leaving seclusion this time. Tang Yu said with a smile. Yi Yuan's closed seclusion this time had been a while again. Before going into a retreat, Yi Yuan specially instructed Tang Yu to invite young Xuezhen over. Clearly, there were benefits to give her. Yi Yuan refined so many foundation establishment, heavenly pills previously, and did not even give it to his own people. Very clearly, this was saving the even better things for his own people. 8th grade. Even thinking about it felt a little exciting. So many years have said. The present Yang family also could not compare with the past anymore. With the Tang family father and son's guidance and support, the Yang family was also one of the few large family clans of the imperial city now, enough to rank in the top 5. Hearing Tang Yu's words, second prince's body trembled all over, and he said with pleasant surprise, "Is this true?" Tang Yu nodded and said, "It's true." Right then, Shao Qi ran in, gave about to everyone, and said, "Master Yi has exited seclusion. Everyone, please go over." Everyone's mind could not help trembling, sprinting over. Seeing Yi Yuan, Tang Yu said with a look of excitement, "Big brother, is there some good stuff this time?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Oh, you guessed it again. That's right, there's indeed good stuff." The moment Tang Yu heard, he was overjoyed and said, "Big brother, could it be that you broke through to 8th grade?" Yi Yuan took out an exquisite wooden box, handed it to Tang Yu, and said smilingly, "This is yours." Then said Yang Shuezhen a wooden box, and said, "Shuezhen, this is yours." Subsequently, Tang Jinhua, Lu Yun, Jiang Yu also each received a wooden box. Only second prince did not. Depressed, seeing second prince being coy and shy there like a little wife, Tang Yu could not resist asking, "Big brother, second prince has helped the Tang family out considerably these few years. Can you also give him a foundation establishment, heavenly pill?" With second prince's ident, 1. Tai, he had naturally eaten foundation establishment heavenly pills before too. Furthermore, the grade was not low, lower 5th grade. But what did lower 5th grade foundation establishment heavenly pills count for in front of 7th and 8th grade? As long as he could swallow a 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, he might be able to break through to grand completion, lesser sublime, heaven, very quickly. Yi Yuan gave second prince a glance, thought about it, and also took a wooden box and handed it over to him. Tang Yu could not quite hold back his excitement and said, "Big brother, can I open it to take a look?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Go on." Tang Yu chuckled and opened the box very carefully. The slit opened up in the box, and a dazzling golden light seeped out of the crack. Apart from Yi Yuan, everyone present trembled all over, their eyes revealing extremely shocked expressions. Golden light. And 9th grade golden pill. See, could this be a 9th grade golden pill? Lu Yun cried out involuntarily. Hearing 9th grade golden pill, these 4 words, Tang Yu's hand almost trembled and threw away the box. These 4 words were too magical. Those were the 4 words that existed in legends. It was merely just legends. When heavenly pills entered 9th grade, they did not need to use the Cloud Mount Mother Stone to test it anymore, because a golden-colored medicinal pill was the hallmark of 9th grade. However, everyone knew about 9th grade golden pills, but no one had ever seen one before, because body could refine a 9th grade golden pill at all. Forget about a tiny little eastward country. Even in the entire true Yang heavenly domain, it was unheard of that anyone could refine a 9th grade golden pill to even the most simple foundation establishment, heavenly pill. When heavenly pills reached 7th and 8th grade this level, sometimes it was not what effort this word could improve anymore. This level reached the point to compete in talent, regardless of which profession, wanting to get started. You could do it as long as you put in enough effort. But if you wanted to reach the pinnacle in this line and promote to the ranks of masters, you needed sufficient talent. And wanting to refine a 9th grade golden pill, the requirement for talent was almost freakies. Plus Tang Yu thought before that Yi Yuan could break through to 8th grade. But he never dreamed that Yi Yuan could reach 9th grade. He never thought that he would actually have a chance to consume a 9th grade golden pill. Big brother, someone who was as eloquent as Tang Yu was actually somewhat tongue-tied and choking at this time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This is what you deserve. These few foundation establishment, heavenly pills, yours and Shuezhen's are upper 9th grade. Brother Lu and Jiang Yu's are middle 9th grade. Tang Jinhua's is lower 9th grade." Second Prince was taken aback and said, "Master Yi, then what about mine?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Lower 7th grade." Second Prince's face turned black, and he almost threw the wooden box on the ground. This treatment was also too far off, right? Chapter 2554, Cleansing the Marrow. Chapter 2554, Cleansing the Marrow. Originally, obtaining a 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, Second Prince was already satisfied. But now, with the others serving as a foil, 7th grade foundation establishment, heavenly pill was useless, unappetizing, and yet not bad enough to be thrown away. Why? Don't want it? If you don't want it, you can return it to me. Yi Yuan said coolly. Second Prince hurriedly took it back, thickened his skin, and said, "Want? Why won't I want it? Ha!" Yi Yuan said, "Why, I gave you 7th grade. You have a score in your heart. If not looking at the account of Brother Lu's face, forget about 7th grade. There won't even be 1st grade. Since you gambled on me, then you should have the most basic trust. I don't like people who only pursue interests." Finished saying, he turned to Lu Yin again and said, "Brother Lu, this heavenly pill is for you. If you don't want it, you can destroy it. But I don't want it to be used on others." Lu Yun's expression changed, and he nodded slightly. Clearly, Yi Yuan had already seen through his intentions. He was currently planning in his heart to give his own 9th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill to Second Prince after returning. Second Prince was depressed. At this time, he wished to give himself 2 tight slaps. Why did he have to speak out of turn at that time? His mouth really owed a beating. 1 sentence and 2 grades were gone. Really expensive. But after sending everyone away, Yi Yuan took out a wooden box. A golden foundation establishment heavenly pill was placed inside. It was just that the aura of this heavenly pill was different from the rest. It was a golden pill, but did not have a dazzling light. The 9th grade golden pills that Yi Yuan gave Tang Yu and the others were all dazzling to the eyes, their aura imposing. But this one was extremely restrained. Restrained like it was not a 9th grade golden pill. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered, and he muttered to himself, "Foundation establishment, heavenly pill, I finally reached the realm of grand completion. Wonder what kind of effect this grand completion, realm 9th grade golden pill, will have." This foundation establishment, heavenly pill, was not an ordinary 9th grade golden pill, but a 9th grade golden pill that returned to one's original simplicity after reaching the realm of grand completion. A year had already said since the wager with Lin Lan. This 1 year, Yi Yuan did nothing and put all of his energy into the foundation establishment, heavenly pill. Finally, the close seclusion this time, he advanced the foundation establishment, heavenly pill, to grand completion. These few years, through the legacies that Gumao left behind, as well as the exchanges with heavenly alchemists such as Jiang Yu, Yi Yuan discovered the special aspects of the foundation establishment, heavenly pill. The most basic heavenly pill, but also the most consolidated heavenly pill. Foundation was the root of heavenly stratum powerhouses. As the saying went, a journey of 1,000 miles began with a single step. This foundation was the step. Therefore, Yi Yuan spent decades of effort all on this one medicinal pill. The intention was self-explanatory. Cultivating the foundation establishment, heavenly pill to the realm of grand completion. When Yi Yuan attempted to refine other medicinal pills, it would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. The most basic refining technique of heavenly pills, a very large part of it was in this foundation establishment, heavenly pill. When the heavenly pill entered the abdomen, a warm current flowed in the meridians. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's mind shook. He felt that there was something seeping out little by little. This grand completion foundation establishment, heavenly pill, was like a high-pressure hydraulic pump, scouring his meridians continuously. And this force even penetrated into his bone marrow, cleansing the marrow, advancing to heavenly stratum. The human body seemed to have reached the extreme. The difficulty of wanting to cleanse the marrow again was too high, but this grand completion foundation establishment, heavenly pill, did it. No idea how long had Pa-S said either. There was an additional pile of black mud around Yi Yuan. A foul smell greeted the nose. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, shaking all the grime on his body away. Then he flicked his sleeves grandly and cleared this pile of black mud away. Yi Yuan felt wild ecstasy in his heart. He felt like he was completely reborn. This cleansing of the marrow did not have much improvement on his strength, but it seemed to make him a little closer to this heaven and earth, although it was just that tiny bit. He immediately shouted, "Shao Qi, have Tang Yu fetch me the prenatal cloud stone." With Yi Yuan suddenly wanting the prenatal cloud stone, Tang Yu father and son and Jiang Yu were both alarmed. All of them arrived at the close seclusion place, wondering what happened. One point, this sort of thing. Did it still need to be measured again? What happened, big brother? Why did you suddenly want to test affinity? Tang Yu asked curiously. Yi Yuan said rather agitated, "It's nothing. I just want to test it." Tang Yu rolled his eyes and said, "Big brother, affinity is innate. It can never be changed. Even if you try again, it's impossible for affinity to increase too." While talking, Yi Yuan already placed his palm on the prenatal cloud stone. The prenatal cloud stone emitted a faint light. That was right. It was a faint light. If not for being in this dark room, it would have been almost impossible to detect it. But it was precisely this bit of light that made Tang Yu's heart tremble fiercely. Back then, when Yi Yuan tested his affinity, he saw with his own eyes that there was no reaction at all. Outside, all said that Yi Yuan was 1 point affinity, but actually, Yi Yuan's affinity did not reach 1 point at all. It was virtually close to 0. But now, the prenatal cloud stone actually gave off light. Tang Yu's eyes nearly popped out, and he said in shock, how is this possible? Affinity, big brother. You actually have affinity now? Jiang Yu also felt his breath. Staring fixedly at the prenatal cloud stone, he cried out in surprise, "It moved! The scale moved! Ayat Serpa S said 1 point." Yi Yuan's affinity was slowly rising. First was Serpa S sing 1 point. Then it slowly Pa S said 2 points. Finally, it stopped at 3 points. 3 points. Tang Yu cried out strangely and almost jumped up. He exclaimed in surprise, "Big brother, why your affinity rose to 3 points?" In his agitation, Tang Yu's tongue was knotted when he was talking. 3 points affinity was naturally nothing. In fact, it did not even cross the threshold. But Yi Yuan rose from close to 0. Yi Yuan had a bright smile. He was very satisfied with this number. 3 points. Even to the most rubbish heavenly alchemist, they turned their noses up at it in disdain too. But Yi Yuan yearned for it. The handicap of affinity on his alchemy was seriously too great. Even if he cultivated the foundation establishment, heavenly pill to the realm of grand completion, he still felt that the road ahead was vague. But 3 points was absolutely a qualitative change to Yi Yuan. Previously, Yi Yuan was a complete and utter blind man, unable to see anything. But now, there was finally a faint light that entered his eyes. This step was absolutely a vital step to his path of alchemy. More importantly, affinity could be improved. Didn't expect to actually have such a harvest. What an unexpected surprise. Yi Yuan had a look of excitement and immediately practiced alchemy. He was already too impatient to wait. Sure enough, the moment he started, it was immediately a lot easier. Although it was still a S of chaos in the heavenly medicines, by relying on his powerful alchemy instinct, it was more than 10 times easier for Yi Yuan to refine pills than before. A 9th grade foundation establishment, heavenly pill was refined by him very quickly. Miracle! A true miracle. I didn't expect that affinity can actually be increased. 3 points are nothing to others, but to younger brother Yi, it's simply akin to adding wings to a tiger. Jiang Yu exclaimed. Chapter 2555. Waiting for your apology. Chapter 2555. Waiting for your apology. Shao Qi pays respect to His Highness, eldest prince. In the private room of a wine shop, Shao Qi kowtowed respectfully to eldest prince. Eldest prince smiled and said, "Get up, you're my sister-in-law now. You don't need to be so formal." Shao Qi slowly got up and said respectfully, "Shao Qi thanks eldest prince for taking care of big sister." Shao Qi's elder sister worked as a maid in the royal palace, but now she became eldest prince's concubine. This was equivalent to transforming from a swallow into a phoenix. This favor, Shao Qi had no choice but to accept it. Eldest prince had always wanted to make his way into the Tang family and spy on the progress of Yi Yuan's cultivation. Who would have expected that the Tang family had long already become a monolithic block? Even if he made his way in, he could not come into contact with Yi Yuan too. Later, eldest prince found another path and actually discovered that Shao Qi's elder sister was a palace made in the palace. Furthermore, her life was not easy. Hence, he simply married Shao Qi's elder sister. Eldest prince knew that Shao Qi was in charge of serving Yi Yuan. Once this layer of relations, HI plus P, was established, would he still be scared of not knowing Yi Yuan's movements? Shao Qi, you're a clever person. You should know what this prince wants. This prince can let your sister live. Of course, I can also make your sister die. Her life and death, it lies with only a thought from you. Eldest prince said with a faint smile. With regards to an ant like Shao Qi, eldest prince could not be bothered to talk rubbish at all. Threatening was the best weapon. Shao Qi's expression changed slightly, and she said respectfully, "Shao Qi understands. I wonder what eldest prince wants to know." Eldest prince smiled and said, 3 years have already said since Yi Yuan and nation teachers wager. I want to know which heavenly medicines has Yi Yuan formulated in these 3 years. Shao Qi was responsible for allocating the heavenly medicines that Yi Yuan needed. Therefore, whatever medicinal pills Yi Yuan was refining, one would naturally know through Shao Qi directly. Shao Qi's gaze flickered, and she said, "In the first year or so, Master Yi has basically been refining all foundation establishment, heavenly pills. As for the next 2 years, he asked for the dragon scale flower, heavenly star origin, purple cloud drifting incense. With regards to the heavenly medicines that Yi Yuan requested for, Shao Qi naturally enumerated it like her family's treasures, listing them one by one. However, the Xie Hua beside eldest prince started frowning. After Shao Qi finished speaking, Shao Qi opened his mouth and said, "Are you sure that he only wanted these heavenly medicines?" Shao Qi nodded and said, How can Shao Qi dare deceive eldest prince and Lord Xiehua? Actually, not only your excellency has this doubt, but the Tang family is also currently in a state of panic from top to bottom. Xiehua frowned and said, "What the L is this yuan selling in his gourd?" Eldest prince did not understand alchemy and asked, "Why? Is there something wrong?" Xiehua said, "What these heavenly medicines refine are all some basic heavenly pills. In terms of difficulty, they are not much higher than the foundation establishment, heavenly pill. His foundation establishment, heavenly pill, has clearly already reached the realm of 7th grade. Yet, he actually still wasted a year's time on it. At this rate of progress, forget about 5 years. Even if it's 50 years, it's also impossible for him to refine the Jasper regeneration pill." When eldest prince heard that, he said in surprise, "Is this guy courting death? There are still 2 years remaining. Can he refine the Jasper regeneration pill?" Xiahua said, "This is also the thing that I'm most perplexed about. What on earth does this boy want to do?" Eldest prince smiled and said, "This is great news to us. Refining a Jasper regeneration pill in 5 years is something impossible in the first place. He only knew how to refine the foundation establishment, heavenly pill in the past. So he likely doesn't know how terrifying the Jasper regeneration pill is. Now, it's probably going to be a vicious cycle." Xiehua thought about it and thought in his heart that there was only this possibility. You go back then. This king doesn't need you to do anything either. You just have to report the heavenly medicines that Yi Yuan uses in his cultivation to this prince at all time. Understand? Eldest prince said to Shao Qi. Shao Qi replied respectfully and withdrew. For the next 2 years, Yi Yuan still did not touch the Jasper regeneration pill. It was as if he had completely forgotten about this. Initially, Yi Yuan refined another batch of Grand Completion 9th Grade Foundation Establishment heavenly pill in an attempt to increase his affinity. But the effect was not good. The second heavenly pill, the effect was drastically reduced. After the 5th Foundation Establishment heavenly pill, there was almost no effect anymore. In the end, Yi Yuan's affinity did not reach 4 points either. Putting aside the regret, the improvement of these 4 points to Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was all round. When he practiced other basic heavenly pills, his speed was much faster. His remaining thought was practically all on studying the basic heavenly pills. Even if it was a slightly more advanced heavenly pill, he did not dabble in them in the slightest too. Looking as time drew closer little by little, the Tang family father and son were anxious like ants on a hot pan. But they also did not dare to go and disturb Yi Yuan's close seclusion. On this day, the 5-year agreement came to an end. Yi Yuan finally came out of close seclusion. "Big brother, Nation Teacher has already set up the venue at Sky Gathering Establishment and sent someone to invite you over." Tang Yu said anxiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Oh, let's go then." Tang Yu was speechless and said, "I say, big brother, you've never touched the Jasper regeneration pill's heavenly medicines in these 5 years. Forget about the Jasper regeneration pill. Even some of the higher level heavenly pills, you've never dabbled in them too. You're going over just like this now?" Yi Yuan countered with a question. "Otherwise," Tang Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Big brother, I know that you did it for the Tang family back then. Why not let's run away together? Let's drop the Tang family's foundation." "Ha ha ha, isn't it too late to only think about running now? Don't forget, Yi Yuan and Nation Teacher even signed an Origin Divinity contract." Eldest Prince strolled over with a burst of roaring laughter. Eldest Prince arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said smilingly, "Master Yi, this prince came to invite you personally. Today, Royal Father will be there in person to witness your bet." If you win, Royal Father will crown you the position of nation teacher in public. Of course, I don't think that you have this chance." When the Tang family father and son heard, their faces could not help changing drastically. This scale was too high. Once Yi Yuan failed, the Tang family would be completely finished. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, "Oh, why is that?" Eldest prince laughed and said, "In these 5 years you spent a year to cultivate the foundation establishment, heavenly pill bitterly, and then you spent another 4 years to study other basic heavenly pills. You've never even touched high-level heavenly pills. This prince wants to know, what basis do you have to refine the Jasper regeneration pill?" When Tang Yu heard that, his expression could not help changing greatly, and he cried out in surprise, "How does your highness know so clearly?" Suddenly, his entire body trembled, and he looked towards Shao Qi and said in a cold voice, "Shao Qi, my Tang family treated you well. Why did you betray the Tang family?" Shao Qi said indifferently, "The Tang family is already finished. Do you want us, these servants, to all be buried in death?" Tang Yu roared angrily, "I'll kill you." However, his figure had just moved when a gust of wind came over, directly sending him flying. One move and Tang Yu was seriously injured. Huang Zhaoyu, who was behind eldest prince, made a move. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and killing intent immediately arose. Huang Zhaoyu smiled faintly and said, "Young man, don't need to look at this old man with this sort of eyes. If you succeed today, this old man will naturally pay a visit and apologize. It's just that you don't have that chance anymore." Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, "Is that so? Then this Yi will wait for your apology." Finished speaking, Yi Yuan helped Tang Yu up and brought him along to Sky Gathering Establishment. Chapter 2556, Not Selling to You Anymore. Chapter 2556, Not Selling to You Anymore. In front of Sky Gathering Establishment, it was long already packed until not even water could seep through. 5 years ago, a 1-point heavenly alchemist defeated nation teacher and caused a great sensation in the entire city. Now, the 1-point heavenly alchemist was going to challenge the Jasper regeneration pill that no one could refine, which naturally attracted even more attention. Furthermore, this wager even concerned the Tli of nation teacher. 5 years have said. I wonder what level of strength that 1-point heavenly alchemist has reached. No matter what level he reached, it's also impossible to refine the Jasper regeneration pill. A 1-point heavenly alchemist is indeed heaven-defying, but 5 years' time is too short. The vast majority of the people still felt pessimistic about Yi Yuan. It was not that they did not believe in Yi Yuan's talent, but that 5 years' time was too short. 5 years were not even enough to learn the rudiments of heavenly pills. Even if Yi Yuan could refine a 7th-grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, there were 100,000 foundation establishment heavenly pills between the foundation establishment heavenly pill and Jasper regeneration pill. This disparity was not what a short 5 years could make up for. He's here. The 1-point heavenly alchemist is here. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Yi Yuan led the Tang family's people and arrived in front of the Sky Gathering establishment. Nation teacher Lin Lan walked out slowly and said with a smile, "Master Yi came?" Looking at Master Ye's energetic appearance, "Victory should be in your grasp, right? I, this old nation teacher, am probably going to have to abdicate." The intel that eldest prince grasped, Lin Lan naturally grasped it too. Therefore, he already won this bet. Regarding the humiliation of the past 5 years, he was going to return it all to Yi Yuan today. "Yeah, you're old. It's time to relinquish your position." Yi Yuan followed up. Lin Lan did not care either and said with a smile, "Hoo-hoo, flattery, like perfume, should be smelled, not swallowed." Refined 5 years worth of basic heavenly pills and never even once touched the Jasper regeneration pill. This nation teacher really wants to know what you'll use to win this nation teacher. What? Refined 5 years of basic heavenly pills? What a joke. What's the use of basic heavenly pills? Goodness gracious, it isn't true, right? Even if Yi Yuan refined the foundation establishment heavenly pill until he shatters the sky, he can't refine the Jasper regeneration pill too. With Lin Lan's one sentence, the entire crowd directly exploded. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan should have been studying the Jasper regeneration pill frantically in the past 5 years. At least, he should be working in this direction too. However, he did not. Yi Yuan spent 5 years' time on merely just basic heavenly pills. Basic heavenly pills were entry-level heavenly pills, the basic skill of heavenly alchemists. Studying this kind of heavenly pill did not help the Jasper regeneration pill at all, which was also to say that this wager was actually just a joke. On Sky Gathering Establishment's second floor, one could have a commanding view of the situation outside. A middle-aged man dressed in faint azure long robes was currently standing by the window and looking at everything below. This middle-aged man's gaze brimmed with radiating vigor, full of power and energy, radiating all without being angry. He was precisely Eastward Country's emperor, Qiao Kaiyuan. The emperor said, "Old Second, this is the person that you chose? You disappoint us greatly." At this time, Second Prince was currently standing next to Qiao Kaiyuan. Hearing this, he could not help sweating profusely. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually spent these 5 years all on basic heavenly pills. Royal Father, Yi Yuan's alchemy talent is extremely heaven-defying. As long as give him time, he can definitely Serpa, S-Nation teacher. Second Prince gritted his teeth and said, Qiao Kaiyuan had both hands behind his back as he said, coolly, no matter how strong his talent is, it's also pointless if he doesn't have the temperament. Ascenders often act in undue confidence of their own ability and look down upon others. Their outcomes are mostly tragic. He's no exception either. Clearly, he doesn't have the assurance, but he set a 5-year gamble. This kind of person isn't worth entrusting our future. Second Prince's cold sweat poured profusely. The Emperor's words were equivalent to sentencing him to death. Eldest Prince already went up to the second floor at some point and just happened to hear this, and he could not help being wildly elated in his heart. Hoo-hoo, Royal Father is wise. This boy is conceited and condescending, winning against nation teacher the last time. Although he has strength, there was also a lot of luck. But he thought that he already Serpa, said nation teacher. What a joke. Eldest Prince said with a laugh. Qiao Kaiyuan nodded and said, what Yuqin said is right. A 7th grade foundation establishment. Heavenly Pill is indeed amazing, but it's also merely just amazing. As he spoke, he already turned around and left the window and sat down in the room. He gave his 2 sons a glance and said, coolly, these few years we have been mentally and physically exhausted and already have the thought of abdicating. Yuqin is level-headed when doing things and acts after planning things. Apart from this, he even kept the 3 Jade True Heavenly Sect envoys at bay these few years, rendering utmost contributions. We feel at ease handing over the country to Yuqin. Second Prince's entire body trembled, his gaze revealing a look of despair. He did not expect that Royal Father actually directly announced the sentence at this time. He lost. Eldest Prince was wildly ecstatic in his heart, but the expression on his face was controlled just right. When the Emperor saw this scene, he became even more certain of his judgment in his heart. After this matter is over, we will choose a date to announce this matter. Xiao Kaiyuan gave the final word. Second Prince gritted his teeth and said, "Royal Father, I am unconvinced." Xiao Kaiyuan did not get angry and said coolly, "Yu Tang, now that things have played out like this, what bargaining chips do you still have in your hand? Nation Teacher has chosen a side. You're not fated with the envoys. You no longer have cards to play from your hand." Second Prince said in a solemn voice, "No, Royal Father is wrong. If Yi Yuan can win, the Nation Teacher will be mine." Eldest Prince laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Old Second, have you become desperate from losing? Now that it has come to this, could it be that you still feel that Yi Yuan can win? A fellow who refined 5 years' worth of basic heavenly pills, you expect him to be able to refine the Jasper regeneration pill." Second Prince smiled coldly and said, "My elder brother, the last time, no one was optimistic about him either, right? How can you guarantee that he won't be able to turn the tables this time?" Eldest Prince still wanted to speak, but heard Xiao Kaiyuan say coolly, "If he can really win, we can retract our order. It's just that it's impossible." People did not know that the owners, H.I. plus P of Eastward Country's Emperor, was decided on this second floor just like that. In front of Sky Gathering Establishment, people were all grumbling that Yi Yuan overestimated his own ability, clearly did not have that ability, but insisted on attempting it. Beside Lin Lan, Xie Hua laughed loudly and said, "Yi Yuan, didn't you say that after 5 years you'll make this Shui come to find you to buy heavenly pills? Now, this Shui is finding you to buy heavenly pills. Where's your heavenly pill?" "Ha ha." Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "You seem very pleased with yourself." Xie Hua's expression changed, and he changed to a vicious expression and said angrily, "Of course I'm pleased with myself. You severed my heavenly alchemist path. Now, you also cut off your own way out. Do you think I cannot be smug?" Ha ha ha. Xie Hua's hatred towards Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit less than Lin Lan. How glorious a profession was being a heavenly alchemist. He had once enjoyed unparalleled glory and was admired by thousands. But all these were ruined in Yi Yuan's hands. Now, seeing Yi Yuan like this, how could he not be happy? However, Yi Yuan just said with a faint smile, "Is that so? Since you're so smug, then I won't be selling my Jasper regeneration pill to you anymore." Xie Hua laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Oh no, I'm so scared. Your Jasper regeneration pill. Your Jasper regeneration pill. Ha! Have you refined a Jasper regeneration pill before? How hilarious!" Chapter 2557. Your father will kick you to death. Chapter 2557. Your father will kick you to death. Haha, Master Yi, stop forcing it. The heavenly medicines that you've used in your cultivation these few years, we know it like the back of our hands. Forget about the Jasper regeneration pill. Even if it's slightly more difficult heavenly pills, you've never dabbled in them too. This Nation Teacher didn't say things wrongly, right? Lin Lan said with a sneer. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "You're right. I've studied more than 20 kinds of heavenly pills in these 5 years. All of them were basic heavenly pills. There's nothing that can't be publicized. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of hiding these things in the first place. It was just that the likes of Eldest Prince and Lin Lan treated it as a big deal. However, Yi Yuan admitting it very shamelessly made everyone lose confidence. Was the 1-point heavenly alchemist who had once shone with boundless radiance finally going to fall here? Nation Teacher absolutely would not let Yi Yuan off. Lin Lan sneered and said, Now that it's come to this, are you still not going to accept your fate? Yi Yuan smiled and said, why don't I give it a try? What if I get lucky and refine it? Lin Lan snickered when he heard that and said, lucky? There's never luck in alchemy. Every bit of quality is true ability. 4 or 5 years. You've never even touched the Jasper regeneration pill before. You still want to try your luck to refine it? Dream on. Yi Yuan still smiled and said, I'm a lucky guy. Maybe I can really refine it. Lin Lan smiled coldly and said, the medicinal cauldron is already prepared. Just try it. Just the likes of you. If you can refine the Jasper regeneration pill, this nation teacher will swallow this medicinal cauldron whole. Yi Yuan grinned and said, Lord Nation Teacher, this is what you said. Lin Lan said calmly, this nation teacher said it. Yi Yuan smiled and came before the medicinal cauldron. Lin Lan's preparation work was done solidly. All of the items for refining the pill were already prepared. Yi Yuan picked up a stalk of heavenly medicine and played with it while sizing it up. Xia Hua smiled coldly and said, Master Yi, haven't tried your hand at the jade moon orchid, right? With your negligible affinity, can you extract it successfully in one go? Got to be more careful. Don't ruin it with a careless move. That will be botching it. Yi Yuan ignored him and still played with the jade moon orchid. The jade moon orchid was one of the Jasper regeneration pill's main medicines and also an extremely hard to extract grade 1 heavenly medicine. Not refining it well would have an impact on the entire refinement of the heavenly pill. Many heavenly alchemists could not even complete this step well. There was naturally no talk of refining the Jasper regeneration pill. This playing took 15 minutes' time. Xia Hua became impatient and said with a cold snort, What? Want to drag the time? Even if you delay until heaven and earth turn old, it's impossible to refine it too. Boom. Suddenly, a CLUS tear of flames suddenly arose, making Xia Hua jump in fright. Yi Yuan started. As soon as he took action, the hearts of Tang Yu and the rest leaped to their throats. There was only one chance. Any slip-up was fatal, but they were unable to imagine how Yi Yuan, who had never touched the Jasper regeneration pill before, was going to not make any mistakes at all in the refining process of such a difficult medicinal pill. If nothing else, just talking about the Jade Moon orchid this hurdle, it was not easy to clear. As for the second prince upstairs, he was even nervous until he was shaking. Yi Yuan's refinement concerned the fate of his future. Whether the bet he made was useful or not would depend on this time. If Yi Yuan could replace Lin Lan, he would be able to turn the tables amidst a desperate situation. Suddenly, Lin Lan's entire body trembled, and he cried out in surprise. H's affinity increased. How is this possible? Not just Lin Lan, many people noticed it too. Yi Yuan's affinity seemed to be a little stronger than before. Although it was not much, it had indeed become stronger. Impossible. Could it be a misconception? How can affinity improve? Really seeing ghosts. Does this guy never play cards according to the normal routine? 1 point affinity can't refine pills. Yet, affinity can't be improved, but he could too. This guy is simply too heaven-defying to actually be able to improve even his affinity. Cries of exclamations rose and ebbed. People became even more curious about Yi Yuan. All kinds of miracles happened to him alone. It was seriously too dazzling. Master, a method to increase affinity. If you can obtain it, you'll definitely be able to improve further. Xia Hua said. Lin Lan's gaze also changed from shock to greed. Clearly he was moved. The Jade Moon orchid was being extracted little by little and did not collapse like everyone imagined. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's refinement had virtually no flaws. It was completely not like it was his first time refining. Xie Hua opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief all over his face. How is this possible? Hasn't he never extracted the jade moon orchid before? Lin Lan's expression became very ugly. Yi Yuan's extraction could be rated as perfect. Even he could not do better than Yi Yuan too. But it was clearly Yi Yuan's first time. Why? Why was it so perfect? Could it be that the intel was wrong? Very soon, Yi Yuan finished the extraction of the jade moon orchid. He picked up the second stalk of heavenly medicine mountain root fuyu and started examining it carefully. This time, no one talked badly about him anymore. Everyone watched quietly, waiting for Yi Yuan's performance. The extraction difficulty of the mountain root fuyu was even greater than the jade moon orchid. Yi Yuan studied it for a full 30 minutes before making a move to extract it. Smooth as always. Each heavenly medicine afterward, Yi Yuan would look at it for some time. Some were long, some were short, but the extraction process was smooth. Those people watching a joke were utterly dumbfounded. Pa! Xie Hua flung a slap onto Shao Qi's face, directly slapping her until she flew into the air. The current Xie Hua was enraged to the extreme. He pointed at Shao Qi's nose and cursed, "D-A-M, N-thing, you dare lie to your father. Didn't you say that he has never come into contact with the Jasper regeneration pills, heavenly medicines, before in these 5 years?" Shao Qi was slapped until her face swelled up, tears and snort running heavily. She said aggrievedly, "How can this lowly one dare lie to you? He really never came into contact with it before." Bang! Xie Hua kicked a foot fiercely onto Shao Qi's chest, and he roared angrily, "Never, never. Can he refine until like this if he had never done so? Your father will kick you to death." One kick after another. Shao Qi was kicked until her eyes rolled back, fresh blood flowing constantly out of her mouth, looking like she was going to kick the bucket. But Xie Hua was still furious. "D-A-M, N-thing, lie to all of us. Come men, drag her away for me." Xie Hua said angrily. When Tang Yu and the rest saw this scene, there was no sympathy in their eyes at all. The Tang family treated Shao Qi well, but this girl actually betrayed the Tang family. Death couldn't expiate her sins, however. They all knew that Shao Qi did not lie. Shao Qi died very unjustly. In these 5 years, Yi Yuan had never touched these heavenly medicines before. The heavenly medicines that the Tang family prepared for the Jasper regeneration pill were still currently lying in the medicine storehouse perfectly well and had never been touched before. They also hoped that Yi Yuan would transfer these heavenly medicines over. But they waited and waited, but it did not happen. Therefore, they were very certain that today was Yi Yuan's first time refining these heavenly medicines. However, it was also precisely due to this that the shock in their hearts could not be any greater. During the past 5 years, he never touched these heavenly medicines before, but today he could extract them perfectly. How on earth did this guy do it?